daily stream. Delta's also going on right now. Smart Omega and Stamina going into map number 2. It's a firing range search and destroy. Smart Omega up 1-0 in that series. Lots of COD Mobile action, baby. I love these days. Group days are my favorite days because everywhere you look, you're watching gameplay. And getting in back into the search and destroy, trophy, smokes, nades. And getting in back into the search and destroy, trophy, smokes, nades. All over the top as Mayhem heavy-handedly burst their way in towards A. Neutrino, the only defensive effort. It's by way of scope deep, and, well, he's not going to be able to do too much to deny this plan.
Biggest difference was that Space was left behind to watch that back alleyway, but will get blooded because Trunks took a completely different route through the hotel, bombs planted, but it might not matter when you have numbers.
Looking good. SMG gameplay for Godlike. Definitely waking up. Nero stuck in cubby, not much you can do there. Yeah, I love that from Godlike.
Yeah.
I mean, you see what NYSLM is trying to do. Like, okay, if you're going to hit us on the flank, we're going to way overwhelm this A site and then push through it. But hey, for Godlike, defensive setup is working, and now all of a sudden you can start to kind of settle into the search a bit.
Yeah, I think it's very respectable what Godlike were able to suggest right there, especially coming from round number 2. NYSL Mayhem quite literally did almost the same thing of what we just saw. But the retake that much better. Now things are changing again. Immediate hotel control. Yeah. Get snuffed out. Big first blood.
This is a repeat of round 1's break off from NYSLM. Space just watches with an SKS over the A site. Everyone else full floods towards gas station. And Godlike's adjustment after round number 1 does get countered this time. Learn, that's an unfortunate timing on the stun. He had a free look at Yawn, but misses his chance. And we go 4v2. Big advantage for Mayhem as they rotate the bomb for a free A site.
Regional champions like
for the retake.
Championship.
I love this call again. I mean, you have to be aware of it. NYSL Mayhem always worried about the flank. Gonna end up leaving Yawn behind, but if you're Learn in Vegas, you really need to double up together. Learn's got 2 players in front of him to try to deal with.
First one nearly free, doesn't finish his boot though. Space stays alive, second challenge comes out, but it was not double chow. That leads to a free elimination for Godlike. Trying to get this back to a level 2v2. Tough gunfight here versus Yawn, who's just dancing with the devil up top. And you cannot sit here and wait for this gunfight to come your way for Godlike. You have to force something, and Vegas is going to run right into Yawn. Pistol out, shut down. And in the same moment, Raballo shut down Learn on the other side. NYSLM, big advantage in conversations you can see very avidly starting to happen on screen for Godlike trying to fix things up.
You know, the immediate conversation shifts to if you take down Trunks, your flank is more or less going to be secured. Great post-flank setup there for NYSL Mayhem once they were able to get the bomb down over at A. It's that statue position, right? Yeah. If you're not getting flanked entirely, that head glitch is just absolutely gnarly to take back.
Once again, similar setup coming out of NYSLM. Godlike able to get in towards gas station. Did they see? I was going to say Trunks is kind of in a different position, holding his life a little bit more wisely this time. Help from Vegas on the cross, but hey, a 1-for-1 trade would be fine for Trunks. Even better if you can get a second and get away with your life. He's a magic man. He's out of there.
Yeah, these adaptations coming through from Trunks, just in an initial gameplay for their rollouts, round to round, has been an absolute thorn in the side. And now he's inside. Hotel loses the gunfight versus Little B, though. Absolutely just lays him to waste, but still 3v4, numbers advantage in that of favor of the defense.
Keep in mind that Burns is also pushed up this time around. Neutrino helping out on the cross once again. Good on towards Space. And yeah, you just don't predict Burns to be here.
Complete the mission.
This is an aggressive game of Search. Like, I know it feels a little labored at times, but both of these two teams are really slapping at one another right off the rip, and Burns will even push it a step further. What a set of map control that is to respond for Godlike.
I think it's respectable for Godlike as well. You know, they're actually meeting the pace from NYSL Mayhem off of their very quick 2 hits over towards A. Trunks says, oh, I see what you're doing. Allow me to meet that pace. And so long as the information is coming through, it allows players like Burns to then take a forward position over by the bakery. Big round coming through here for either of these 2 teams. It's a hotel rush for the B site.
Once again, Vegas scouts things out, backs up. Trunks is there for the assistance. One more on the interior. Well played by Trunks as he continues to finesse this backside of B. Snipe connects onto Nero as well. Huge advantage, and we could be looking at a flawless round here. Well, okay, Little B still alive. Why would I say that?
This would be a highlight reel and a half.
He's done it before.
I know. I wasn't going to say it because you've already spoken at least one thing into existence.
Dude, no.
Didn't want another one, but Little B is still searching. We'll take down Learn. 1v3.
I'm not going to lie to you. This feels almost exactly the same as what he did to Tribe last year.
Uh-oh.
Just finds everybody in corners, quick scopes everyone. Still tons of time left.
Yeah.
The problem is, Godlike do know the bomb is down.
Of course.
this would be a little bit more hard-pressed than what we saw last year, but you're absolutely right. This is absolutely a highlight reel in the making.
All the timing. One player in top grandmas.
He's so sneaky.
I mean, they have no idea what
No
PhonePe is, too. And you got to respect what's also coming through Burns. Neutrino just doubling up together. You walked inside Trunks' deli. He is the deli man. We'll end up getting that final kill. And you got to feel like there's a certain level of sweat dripping down your neck when Little B's alive with the sniper rifle and 1v anything.
I'm not going to lie. I felt like for a second there we were seeing into the future. But not bad.
Cups of coffee. I'm not clairvoyant, though.
I will say, you know, again, we'll swap the sides here 4-2. That's a great first half from Godlike. Just to not back down, keep playing your game. And that's what we need to see if Godlike are going to come out of here and continue to be dominant in the search and destroy.
It's, again, you know, one of those things that at least we were able to recognize just in their regional finals. So they do a great job at meeting pace on the search and destroy.
Agreed.
You know, they come out very honest, holding angles, playing truthfully. But whatever NYSL Mayhem are throwing, Godlike are answering.
Defensive setup for NYSLM now as we swap the sides over will be a 1-2 split, essentially. Rabalo's opening nade does connect. That is not great news for Godlike. And NYSLM are looking to maybe possibly get Nero into an advanced position here. You see the rotation starting to come out. Little B's watching the cross through mid, but Nero says no need. As Neutrino nearly gets a pick, but Nero escapes with his life, and we stay 5v4.
I was about to say, this was an egregious setup after losing first blood. The Burns with the bomb itself is pushed all the way up to statue because Vegas, well, he needs to be able to watch this cross somehow to be able to answer things back. The flank was also given up. See players 5 and 4 in blue. Neutrino Trunks just trying to work through the courtyard. We'll lose Neutrino along the way.
And this is what NYSLM do so well. They just pick apart at you. Burns. Pretty much left in a rocket. Hard punch could help, though. Trunks opens up an opportunity. Maybe he goes over to B, but the bomb is not able to reflip. And it's just down to Vegas. With his own maybe miracle working, coming out 1v3. Not required, but would be nice to see if the hands stay hot here with scope.
Gotta prove it. Anything Little B can do, you can do better, right, Vegas?
Yeah.
We got the bomb.
We'll find a Krieg on the ground. It's going to be able to scoop up the bomb as well. But, I mean, you look at the setup. You got just Nero watching that long cross. Sniper bullet will also ring through standoff. Vegas needs to try to plant this bomb to extend the round. We'll find the first. Also swifts to the sniper, and no chow.
It was a good prediction, though. Has the right feeling. Toggles, makes the sound cue come out. Little B's on the rotation through mid. But they're waiting, looking to possibly just pinch this up as soon as the bomb gets planted, which it does. 1v2. Which tool is best for the job if you're Vegas? Little B, spike over the top, misses. But the information is there. Now Nero on the mix. Vegas, this is the second shot, and the pinch is successful. NYSLM success on the retake.
And maybe you are seeing into the future, especially being able to read that pinch effect. God, you're so smart and handsome. It's just one of those things, again, that, you know, for NYSL Mayhem, this is why they are very highly regarded, especially as individuals and players. That's just what you're supposed to do in a retake. Look, you know that Vegas has a sniper. You don't want to end up just isolating yourself too easily. Although Little B really gave it his best effort to be able to take that chow. You just retake it, you get yourself back within one.
Yeah. 10 kills for Trunks. He was great on the defensive side. Do you need him here on the offense? I think is the question. Bomb lingering through mid. Forward position on towards Street here for the side of Godlike. And there really isn't anyone to respond to this if you're NYSLM. They're kind of playing this map on the outsides. And yeah, how about the play? Trunks able to cut right down the middle. Looking for a second. It's Little B at range. And you got to be careful on how you take that 1v1. But Trunks just continues to be on the move, finds Nero for free. But the problem with all this is, yeah, the kills are great, but your bomb carrier is dropped on the other side of the map.
Yeah. So now you're going to be able to do this all the way from the grandma side of the house. So how about the reposition from Little B upstairs in the bedroom? We'll be able to take down 8 flanking trucks. Now, just one more player left alive. Neutrino in a 1v2. Got plenty of time to try to work them out.
Catches Yawn on the cross. Tough gunfight here. Backs away, plenty of time if he wants to try to maybe work back through his spawn to get this bomb. But oh, look at NYSLM. They're like, nope, we'll make the proactive play. We'll keep you guessing. Big advantage for NYSLM on the defense. Can just wait for the bomb to be planted. And this is all about just killing the clock and staying together. Do not get picked apart one by one.
I feel like we've almost seen this before. A whole round to go. Neutrino's going to have some space. He's clearing from cubes. Probably very confused. We'll see Yon at range, but the gunfight will not be favorable. Back-to-back rounds on the defense. NYSL Mayhem tie things up for a piece.
Yeah, now we need to see something here from godlike. Yeah. It's not to sit there and say that they have to adjust how they're setting up their offense. They're finding some pretty decent success. They just keep losing their bomb carrier too soon. So how are we coordinating these aggressive little hits coming out of Trunks with what bomb site we actually want to get to? NYSLM looking to get aggressive over through Hotel. Opening trade of SKS and nades doesn't really give away too much information, but I mean, this position out of Rabalo and Nero is going to be difficult for godlike to deal with outside of Brown. Or maybe not.
Yes, trade will come through. And I like that from Neutrino. Good discipline. Will not push through over towards the B site because that's exactly where Nero was located at, but they will double up together. This is what you want to see coming through from godlike. Get yourself in a tradable position.
Yeah, with the good bait switches coming out. Just good help across the map for NYSLM. That's the bomb carrier down once again. 3v3 we go. And honestly, how do you even make the call here for godlike? Yeah, who's going to make the first play? And Trunks has no information on what's over towards Granny's. And well, as he does, yeah, the long position from Little B works out. Neutrino last one left. He's stuck in space, feeling good about the gunfight, but turned aside. Everything resets, still 55 seconds on the clock.
1v3 with Little B still alive on the map. And you can just see how all of NYSL Mayhem are just coordinating around the bomb site itself. Space will get the final bullet required. Neutrino will go down 3 on the bounce for NYSL Mayhem for their defense.
Yeah, flawless so far in the defense. Okay, godlike, what's the call? And honestly, I think you're at a point here where you're finding a lot of success on these opening engagements. Like the first blood efficiency's not bad. Maybe just force something. Force the gunfight in one direction. Well, maybe not towards Little B's direction. On the cross, he's able to find one. Learn still in, though. Rabalo deep. Shut down by Learn. Knows that there's one more over, but the trade does come through successfully. Numbers for the moment with godlike, but Nero trying to cut things off to the middle of the map. Wins the gunfight onto Neutrino. Vegas stuck in the back. Once again, the bomb is down in a very precarious position. And NYSLM just down to Little B after the trades come out. 1v2 for him.
Trunks on 12 kills.
Yeah, he's carrying.
It's very individualistic, though, or godlike, but you have numbers 2v1. Who is it on the other side? It's Little B. Very much so alive on the map. 2 weapons to work with as well. Bomb being planted over at A.
Little B will be able to at least be able to clear off the high ground. Oh, he takes down Vegas from statue. Just down to where is Trunks. Little B's got time to play with. Trunks with the SMG over the top. Jump peek not going to scout him out initially. And as we get closer and closer, smaller advantages for Trunks. But Little B able to see him. The slideshow comes out, but no, not this time. Trunks too clean with it. And we get tied up, not at a 5.
Must need it around right there. You needed to stop the bleeding if you are godlike, and really it's all off the back end of just one player just going absolutely rogue, just trying to get themselves further space over by the A bomb. They find 2.
Smoke out.
And Trunks on the opposite side is able to at least clean up yet another, keeping numbers intact. For an offense, it's going to be more aggression this time, much more together for godlike.
Nice.
Nero able to help out for the opening trade. Trunks already through. God, how does he keep getting into these positions? It's like you swap over to him and he's already in the defensive spawn. But all things said and done in the very quick opening leads us to a very early 2v2. Nero, Rabalo working together, has learned, heard, or seen this. Oh boy, that's clean. Easy first. Gets the idea. Nero does it himself. Double for Learn as godlike put themselves on towards map point. Remember, if you're not familiar with COD Mobile, it's to 7 and you have to win by 2. So overtime is still a possibility here for NYSLM.
How important would it really be for godlike just to be able to close it out 7-5 here? And they're going back to that opening round offensive setup. Again, the bomb carrier of Learn all the way by their lonesome just outside of the bakery while the rest of their teammates are trying to clear
Come on guys, like and subscribe for godlike.
Onus on towards Trunks again. Can he get forward? But you have to keep in mind that Little B has sniped from the defensive spot on this cross. You have to be very mindful of how far forward you're going to go. Patience echoes across standoff from both sides. I mean, no one wants to take a peek. Just spam shots and nades at the moment. But the onus is on towards godlike, and they are going to try to get in towards the backside of Delhi. Neutrino watching the cross, seeing if he can force the defender to move. Flashes and nades are all fine, but NYSLM are staying disciplined. In fact, they even kicked down a nade from Vegas deep towards boxes. That is a late set nade to connect.
Yeah, it's a good resource to hold on to this late in the round. So now you will even Have yourself a slight numbers advantage, and this is respectable coming through from NYSL Mayhem. They know that the retakes work quite well. Just got to make sure that they are more than aware where Trunks might be lurking at.
Have to make.
ఇది చూడండి ఎక్కడ ఉన్నాడు స్పాన్ లో డైరెక్ట్ ఇక్కడ ఈ ఏరియాలో కనిపించాడంటే టచ్ మన తగులుతూ ఉంటాయి బుల్లెట్స్.
Make a move. If they force this towards B, I just don't know how you get the bomb down successfully. Look at the NYSL setup. They've got so many players that can watch this. Learn, praying, hoping. Anything, nothing for sale. That's going to be enough for them. Maybe they have to back away. Little B's in a great spot to read this.
Grenade lineups.
It's going to have to be Trunks that makes a play. Yeah, he's able to at least find one, but Little B, again, in the position to be able to get that trade. 3v4 in time will now be reset up towards 45 seconds. You ask how can they get the bomb down? Well, you got to get Little B out of the previous position.
And watch out for Neutrino on your map. Deep towards Bakery. Yeah, what a rotation that is with the scope. He can watch over the top of this bomb deep. It takes out a key component for NYSLM's retake. Rabalo working back alley. Yon actually able to find a kill on the Learn. They're going to try to force out this position from Neutrino. They actually have already done that. 18 seconds on the clock. Numbers advantage for Mayhem. But can they sniff out where the rest of Godlike are? SKS not going to land. Neutrino with the pistol gets it done. Trade there for Yon. Can they force the OT? Trunks will drop. And enough time for the defuse. Overtime it is.
Just enough time to be able to get it. When you're just watching all of that go down, I don't think that Trunks ended up seeing that one player ended up completely going underneath the half wall outside of Delhi. 2 ships in a night is the phrase, and that's exactly what ends up happening. Trunks went to go at least clear the bomb in the main alley. So we will then go back over towards the defense here for Godlike, and again, it's just more aggression. Look at him go.
Well, this is a huge curveball. They hadn't even done this in their opening 6 rounds of defense, but at the same rate, NYSLM have gotten aggressive on towards A. Nero waiting for the call to get the plant off, and so it will be. But Burns is already deep in towards the offensive spawn. Trunks scouted out mid-map, but that's all fine. Neutrino from the front just waiting for a chance, trying to get spams through. Someone has to make a move here for Godlike, and they're waiting. They don't want Burns to make the first move here. They want him to hit late. So it's going to be Trunks through statue. Here comes the play. Little B shuts down the opener. Burns reveals himself. Time ticking, 23 seconds. More trades across. Neutrino's time to get activated, as NYSLM have shut down the majority of the flank. Largely on Neutrino, pistol lands for the first. Does he get the second? Or on the back? Odds ring around the rosy. Oh my goodness. And it's Little B that will fill the pocket full of posies.
Bring around the tractor.
Yeah, tractor.
Pocket full of hay.
Pocket full of motor oil.
I don't know what sounds less comfortable, a pocket full of hay or a pocket full of oil. But yeah, I mean, the immediate A offense just working out quite nicely for NYSL Mayhem, and Godlike trying to at least find their strides. Now we're going back to a position where they're trying to at least answer back with a little bit more of a poke prod effect with the loose Trunks along the way.
Oh, let's spam through the wall from space. Gets the opening 2. Not great news for Godlike. 5v3 situation. Mayhem looking to take both OTs back to back and get into control quick up 2-0. Godlike just going to try to hope they can find a pick from somewhere. And I don't even know who you look at. I mean, Neutrino's, you think the best player to try to get a pick, but I mean, how often can you really reposition the sniper rifle against the hard scope of both Little B and Space at the same time?
I mean, Little B has 16 kills to their name through the search and destroy. The majority, if not all, have been by way of the boomstick. And again, when you get to see NYSL Mayhem, they're playing that very annoying retake possibility. They have the numbers. Burns needs to go big here.
He needs to get this double. No, nothing. Yon shuts it down. Neutrino gets in, finds at least one trade. 2v4 now. Still plenty of time, 50 seconds. And with the double stack towards A, you have to kind of force this towards the B site, which is not going to feel comfortable. Neutrino Vegas trying to work together, and Neutrino's gotten into a position to at least take away some of this back alley. It's still not going to feel good, though.
No. Double snipers, watching these long crosses. And the moment that Neutrino tries to make a play, because they have to, they will get sniped by Little B. 1v4, good luck, have fun, Vegas. That'll do it, NYSL Mayhem. It was a 4-2 half. They force overtime and they win 2 rounds.
Charlie in a summit hard point. Action all over the place, but for Mayhem, look, I don't want to give them, the weight of the world right now, but much better than stage 4.
Yeah.
So much better.
And maybe Bobby should be a little biased for NYSL Mayhem because, I mean, they are looking very good. Their composure throughout the entirety of that search and destroy because they were being dealt a very tough hand by name of Trunks, who even through that first half was already up to double-digit kills.
Yeah.
And was finding so much value in their isolated plays, but it's legitimately just that. Those isolated plays that just constantly put Trunks out on their own and
గ్రూప్ బిలో విఎల్టీ ఉంది, అది కూడా మన ఇండియన్ టీమ్. వెలాసిటీ టీమ్ వైటాలిటీ, సారీ టీమ్ వైటాలిటీ, 2 టీమ్స్ వెళ్తున్నాయి. వల్ల 2 టీమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి.
A lot of it, I think, as much as I hate to say it, kind of resolves to the fact that we wanted to see Burns be the pop-off star player for this squad. He was empty in the first hardpoint, and he was outshined by Trunks in the search. So, you know, you look back over this overall search and destroy, and you wonder, were there missed opportunities somewhere here for Godlike, who found so much success off of the unexpected player in Trunks, so to speak?
Yeah, I started hinting at it, especially for Godlike. You know, if Trunks is constantly being that guy to try to make these solo plays happen, someone needs to be on a quick rotation to come help them out. Because if you just get that one extra trade, when Trunks finds that first blood, you constantly have numbers advantage. But the difference is that Godlike, at least they were able to adapt to the very aggressive offense of NYSL Mayhem when they were constantly hitting over towards A. But they never adjusted to how slow they played on their defense, just giving up all the space and just letting their double snipers go to work.
Yeah. It's one of the things, man, everyone kind of came to know it through stage 4. And heck, we even kind of saw it last year with the different roster for NYSLM. A lot of reliance on what Little B can do with the scope. With Space now working with him, I mean, they are a deadly duo at range, and even though Neutrino was able to put together some sort of response, it was not nearly enough. So we step away from standoff and head on in towards Slums Control, firing range hardpoint, and then takeoff search. Those are the 3 maps that Godlike would have to take to get the reverse sweep. Try to find some way to tell me how they do it.
I mean, you need Burns. You just need Burns to be able to have some productivity in these respawns. Without Burns helping out what we at least got to see from Trunks throughout that map number 1, I just don't really feel like there's going to be a way for Godlike to comfortably work their way back into this series.
Welcome to the stream.
Okay. I mean, I think the key word there is comfortably.
Yeah.
Work their way.
But they got pillows over there, so
I mean, they're looking pretty comfortable.
Islands.
That's cozy.
But looks can only go so far.
Godlike. Godlike.
This stage is dope, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about it. I mean, like,
so cool.
There's so many different teams and just facing off against each other, not to mention just all the different languages that you're also hearing just throughout all the different communications. It's just really, really cool. You know, we waited 3 years for this exact event to come through, Alan, and oh man, let me tell you, this is just feeling very, very right for this momentous occasion.
So results are starting to come through, as mentioned earlier. Inco 3-0s in their opening matchup. 3-1 for Wolves. Good bounce back after the shaky first map.
Yeah, it was a weird one.
Yeah, it really was. But hey, this is why we can't say that one instance of something is going to give us an indication of how the day is going to go. But coming up on the following up streams, you've got Luminosity and Nova setting up on Bravo, and then Team Almighty and Skade starting up on Charlie. Don't sleep on that Skade team. They're pretty solid.
I just feel like, you know, you can't sleep on any team. Because again, from what the VOD might suggest through all the different regional tournaments that were suggesting itself, it's a completely different game. You know, you're playing on a completely different device. Everything can honestly change, not to mention your comfort as a whole back on LAN. And hey, that could honestly be where some of these teams really come through and shine. 3 years since the last time we've had such an occasion like this. Some teams might get upset, and you can't be surprised.
Okay. Group A, starting to see, I mean, well, I'll say, I think it's a 2-0 for Smart Omega right now, which is the other matchup in this group. They're, I think, getting ready for the control, if I'm not mistaken. But, you know, I guess, you know, while we're waiting to get into this control, again, we've seen one hard point, one surge, so it's hard for us to say for sure. I'm impressed with what Mayhem's brought to the table, just comparing video and VOD from what they did in Stage 4 to what they're putting together now. Is it enough for them to be possibly group favorites for you at the moment?
No.
Okay.
I need more. I need more sample sizes. It's not enough. I've gotten all but a single drip of of what does NYSL Mayhem actually do look like, right? You know, again, you know, talking about just the composure to be able to bounce back from that 4-2 half deficit, the way that they were also able to coordinate the break, not just once, but 3 times on Hacienda for P2. This teamwork and how everybody is just kind of gelling together on the map is just absolutely sublime. This little B is just giving some eyebrows to the camera.
How about this? You know, looking down at our stats from stage 4, this is the first 2 maps. They didn't play them at all at the NA regionals. They didn't play a single Hacienda hardpoint. They didn't play a single standoff surge. So the playbook feels deep too. You know, in one of the things we noted a lot last year during both the Western and Eastern finals is that a lot of the time we saw just kind of like, all right, we're just going to go outgun you. That was like the only page in the playbook. But I will say for NYSLM, they're looking like they're coming in prepped, considering that we didn't see either of those 2 maps in stage 4 in any regard. I mean, they played a handful of games throughout their groups because of their opening loss that they faced versus Undream, this new LG team. So that says something, maybe.
Well, I think it definitely does. Again, it's just very, very tough. I mean, we talked about this in very great lengths, that it's, you know, everything that happened in the past, you do have to take it with a certain form of an asterisk. Again, I think that the entire conversation right now for NYSL Mayhem does start and stop at their stark differences of what they look like towards the end of the 3rd place finish of stage 4 and how comfortable they look right now. But it honestly could really say more just about Godlike, not just to completely flip the conversation, but I mean, there's been so many different opportunities for them to be able to walk away with rounds, to walk away with rotations back on that Hacienda map number 1 that just completely just fell right through their fingertips.
Okay. Man. And still to come after we get through this stream slot, we then take the focus to Group C and Group D, which who knows what's going to happen to those. I mean, we got Tribe Q9 first matchup. Unbelievable stuff. But we take a look at Group B, which I believe has, there's the first set of matches all completed. Wolves take down Strut as mentioned, 3-1. Clean 3-0 for Inco Stalwart. I don't know, man. This is going to be a really interesting upper qualifier. I think we all kind of expected, just based on the results from stage 4, that these would be our top 2 teams probably in this group. But picking a favorite, it's hard to do, because I'll tell you, man, don't sleep on this Inco Stalwart team. They're looking really polished. And here's the biggest thing about them that I'm really excited about. Latin America was pretty much all game 5s against these 3 teams that are here. So they have veterancy, experience, and the ability to kind of show resiliency when things do get tight, which I think we could expect in this upper qualifier.
You know, it's not an absolute pleasure of mine, but I do enjoy arguing with you. I think that Wolves, though, will probably have a very simplistic time versus Inco.
You think so?
And the only reason why I say that is just because of their search and destroy prowess. I mean, just from what little I was able to see just off of the Bravo stream from our quad feed behind us, it's just, you know, the way that we are quite literally witnessing them really boast their strength of why they are considered a search and destroy region. I think that it's going to be very tough. I think that Inco, as far as the respawns are concerned, with all of their SKS ability, I suppose, I think that that's going to be a certain wrench into the system for Wolves to deal with. But yeah, I think if it does come down to the game 5, and even that map number 2, will be quite telling to be able to see how those 2 regions stack up against each other.
And I don't know, it's just like, I kind of get like this reaction of Inco, kind of like the Avengers, like, yeah, you might have search and destroy, but we have a Lucas in. Like, he's so good, dude. I'm excited for that matchup. We'll see that one later on today. We take a look over at, again, Group A as we're waiting to get into this control. Stamina Smart Omega is still in the middle of their game, so have a chance to kind of tune in with the Delta stream to see how things are going there. And again, like I mentioned, I'm pretty sure that that was a 2-0 map count, but we'll see. No, jumping in. It's actually still the search and destroy here, so okay. My apologies, my mistakes, but Smart Omega are up 1-0. And into this firing range search. It's Kendi by himself, 1v3. Tough situation, but at least he's got the bomb to work with.
Gonna start working their way down towards Banana. And Marvel's already here. Just watching this in the window. SMG versus whatever's in the back pocket of Marvel, but actually gives it up. This timing might be quite favorable.
The cross is
Progreso
contested. Hunter-killer drone deployed. Hardpoint lost. We've taken the lead. Hardpoint is ours. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours. We've taken the lead. We lost the lead.
Tango down.
Hardpoint identified. Capture the
Get
objective.
down.
Hostiles have captured the hard. Hostile hunter-killer drone inbound. Objective.
Time, which NYSLM were able to take pretty swiftly, and it gets us into map 3, Slums Control. Do or die time, well, not necessarily die, but do or lower bracket time for godlike. Do or don't, sorry. Doesn't roll off the tongue the same way.
You gotta learn today.
True.
Yeah, I mean, you really need to have the slums control. I mean, through so many different times that we have seen godlike just play on this map mode combination itself, not to mention just winning stage 4 as a whole, but always ends up really going down to a round number 5. And it's I think that you have to be looking at a player of Trunks' caliber to be able to continuously find some space. But as you were saying, off that map number 1, NYSL Mayhem, their slaying capabilities was at an all-time high.
Things to look for here on this Slums Control, Bricks Control, Statue. Completely, that's very well done. Space is a little bit stuck here at Cemetery, asking, I'm sure, for help as he spams through the doorway. On towards the site, the SKS ringing out. Space for a double, shuts down both godlike members, and it was a really lopsided approach because it was kind of a hit towards B, but you've got godlike members also threatening garage. I mean, kind of need to pick a zone here, boys.
Yeah, godlike, we're trying to split the map, maybe try to pull a few defenders off, but hey, Space with the SKS will be able to shut down that B zone attempt even before that first segment does come through. Very close to be able to get that next segment, but it was Trunks, again, all isolated once more. NYSL Mayhem just have every single angle covered. 27 seconds remaining.
Ravallo right back into the middle of the map, and you can see why this position is so coveted. A double as he goes from right to left. Now reinforcements for Mayhem. 17 seconds on the clock. You have to make a decision here for godlike, and your best chance you would have to feel is B. Focus towards the middle of the map. Learn once again another double. That at least creates some opportunity for this hit from the front to have some good focus. Trades coming out. Clock will stop. But it's a 17v9 with 8 seconds on the clock. Even if you were able to secure this B zone, your ability to win this offense is going to be pretty hard pressed.
Yeah.
Enemy taking B.
Numbers not in your favor, time not in your favor, and again, even when you did have 2 players inside the B zone, you immediately get collapsed on. Last hurrah coming through for any sort of segments, only able to get 1. Casual 15v4 won't even be able to get there as the clock does get exhausted.
Space feeling good about it. Fist bumps out there in the camera. And here's the thing, you know, and we're going to talk a lot about this throughout the entirety of all of this tournament on Control. If you start on your opening defense and you can put together a spree like that, look at the tools that NYSLM have. when it comes to streaks and specialists immediately in this round 2 offense. This is the advantage you need to kind of keep an eye on, because godlike will not be able to respond with streaks or specialists of their own until maybe halfway through this defensive side. So if you're NYSLM, you're taking this time in between rounds to sit here and say, how are we going to use this to get a zone quick?
Could also just be the grand old gesture of control ever since coming in towards the Call of Duty histories. You know, saving those resources for when things get hairy, but the way that NYSL Mayhem have looked throughout the entirety of this series, even specifically in that map number 1, things don't get hairy too often for them. Their ability to be able to adapt and be able to get them immediate help even through gunfights alone is just shutting down godlike at the door.
Okay. See what's going on. I love the fact that we're hearing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the cool thing. I don't know if you guys have really been able to see it from home, but all 4 matches are going on simultaneously on the same stage. Like, there is an opportunity where we could be hearing pop-offs in 7 different languages at the same time.
Well, that's got to just be overwhelming for some of the stage managers and referees.
Yeah, bless up, brothers.
Backing towards this one, though. Going to be, you guessed it, Statue Bricks Control trying to immediately be consumed by NYSL Mayhem, but it's going to be trades across the board. Things go neutral, at least for the time being, but
Kills.
You do have some space. Yon will be traded, so no garage immediately.
Yeah, Neutrino's got to stay alive. He's number 4 in yellow on the backside of this B site. Over the top of the head, it's a big gunfight win. Pressured, he even finds a second. Very well done. Little B mid-map trying to keep this play alive, and he at least takes 2 with him. But is it enough? Answer quickly comes to us as godlike re-swarms right back, not just into, but through the B site. Goodness, Trunks on another multi-spree as he gets 5. Bolt is out, really looking to put the hurt on to Mayhem. But as he pulls it out, he gets shut down, and even though Mayhem are down in lives, they at least deal with what was very forward pressure from godlike.
Yeah, and again, it's all really on the back end of Trunks, who again has been having himself the best game out of everybody from godlike, up to 10 kills, and they've completely pushed through the B zone. He is more or less the main defender down over by B, and it allows Burns to get activated on the other side of the map itself. He's going to continue to play this very annoying angle. Look, if you can continuously find trades, you'll hold on to that 5-life lead.
Yeah. Kills coming out. 15 seconds on the clock. NYSLM. Clean kill feed, but they have to deal with Vegas at bricks. Well done. Mid-map control goes back towards Mayhem. Clock will stop as they get on towards the B zone. Looking towards what godlike can do for the retake. Very slow and labored to get over towards this electronic shop. That's going to be the first ticks locked in without any contest. Second tick is going to come through for free as well. Ravallo's just putting on pressure by the Bolt. Where is godlike? They're just going to give up this B zone? You've got one player to try to contest. It's Learn. He needs to work his way in, though. He doesn't have any help, and they're going to give away a free 60 seconds as NYSLM right back into the live.
Hey, you remember when I said that they had a 5-life lead and you just have to be able to play the trades? Yeah, now that just got diminished towards 2. Predator missiles also going to be called in by Yon. It's going to keep players at a distance. We'll find Neutrino.
Oh, no.
Space is being found.
Ravallo trying to take down Learn. Nades to assist. But Yon does find the elimination. 8v8, 45 seconds on the clock. Little B's created an opportunity to get to the front door of Garage. How has this happened? Godlike had every advantage you could possibly have wanted. And now it's a 7v5. Kills keep going the way of NYSLM. Godlike feeling the pain over through what is the 3rd hard point normally. And as Little B gets over towards Van, you can pull out the operator to start spamming it towards Garage. Now a 6v4. Burn shut down on towards the site. Clock stops at 25 seconds. And NYSL, they will put together a flawless offense. What happened there?
It just mostly just comes down to poor positioning and awareness coming through from godlike. Even when you started to see the clock dwindle down past about 27 seconds or so, they didn't see anybody over by B. Why? Because NYSL Mayhem were waiting for the respawns to fully get back to the middle of the map, and godlike thought that they had the read, that they were all going to be coming through the brick side. Incorrect. They thought they were going to attempt to try to go get that last segment and stop the clock over by B, or over by A, excuse me, and they just completely all go in for B. And as you were saying, Learn had to somehow get in towards the contest. Even when you had a 5-life lead, you could have at least tried to contest it, buy some time for your teammates to come back and help things out, which should have been a pretty clear-cut defensive round for godlike. And now it gives NYSLM that match point.
Man, it's almost a situation where I had to double check to see if they were like waiting on their delegates to come out of the laundry, because they were all huddled up waiting for the dryer today. It looked like. Here we go. Now it's what we like to call the full reverse sweep. You have the mini reverse sweep here in the control while also reverse sweeping in the series. Difficult situations to say the least. Burns shut down by Ravallo. NYSLM putting a lot of focus towards this brick side, and as they find kills at arches, once again, difficult situation for Neutrino to try to work through. He's just essentially on an island by himself, and Yeah, clean opening here for Mayhem.
It's just like what we got to see from their opening defense as well. Space, Yawn, just absolutely having a field day. 18-6 for Yawn will finally be traded out, but all of this immediate mid-map control for Little B just means that he can be everywhere that he needs to be once he gets the information from his teammates to collect more kills and hold on to that life lead.
Red Missile doesn't really find too much, just Neutrino. Not the biggest punish in the world, 6 lives, but Nero able to take down the double, just shutting things from the front door here at blue. Neutrino hoping for some counter spam, but it's all positioning favored towards NYSLM. Need to see something happen right here. Someone's got to just be a hero if you're godlike. 25 seconds on the clock. Nero still not done. Space there to assist on the inside. And it's looking pretty clean, pretty comfortable. Not any space at all to work with for godlike, and you can feel it. Space gonna pull out the bolt, saying, let's do it, let's put this one to bed. Let's get on to our winner's qualifier match, please. Red Missile behind it as well.
That's the moment right there. Just all the resources, 7 seconds remaining, not a whole lot left you can do. Not like you have the lives to be able to do it either. NYSL Mayhem comfortably just pushing that line of scrimmage forward. Time will be exhausted. And NYSL Mayhem will win their opening match comfortably, I would say, Alan, barring that necessary force of overtime in map number 2, 3-0.
Needed to see it if you're an NYSLM fan. Had to have it. I mean, there were really kind of a lot of questions going into this matchup. How good was India going to be this year? Especially considering not only the fact that godlike Vitality in stage 4 was a Game 7 affair, but also the bounce came through in their own individual tournament where Vitality was able to beat godlike. So did that mean that India was going to be a region to deal with? It'd be kind of a threat? Or were we going to see NYSLM fix the problems that they had, find the remedies they need, and I'll say that they sure showed us at least some form of that. Hard to say for sure. This winner's qualifier matchup is going to be the real look, I think, to see if they've really come together, but that's a good start for NYSLM.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's the first test, right? We were wondering what type of NYSL Mayhem we were going to get. Same could be said about godlike, and NYSL Mayhem absolutely just lived up to their name and just brought sheer chaos throughout the entirety of it. I mean, 19-8 for Yawn, 16-9 for Space. They were just everywhere, and it was mostly just all off of their opening breaks, just completely spacing out the map and just waiting to see where godlike were putting in the majority of their numbers. You got to see the collapse time and time again. Just I hate to sound like a broken record here after what we saw the exclamation point regain, because that's quite literally where you need to be going forward. You need to be able to find some comfort. You only have such little time to be able to go back and look over the VOD to be able to get yourself back in towards that headspace, preparing for your next match, because now it is quite literally do or die.
Yep, absolutely. We can say that now. Love that. Look back over the series layout, though, again, pretty much comfortable on the respawns for NYSLM. Hacienda, it's one of those maps that you expect there to be a little bit of turmoil on rotation, but Mayhem were proactive throughout all of that, and that's great news, because that was another part of their game in stage 4 that we were really kind of questioning. As you mentioned, the standoff was particularly close, and I will say for godlike, if you're trying to get that exclamation point regain, you should feel pretty solid about your game plan in Search and that you were finding success with it. Just a couple of things went wrong for you, not quite able to get through the overtime.
Yep, it was quite literally all the back end of Trunks to be able to find all that space being provided for themselves. Obviously, the sniper duel wasn't exactly something you want to write home about. It's not easy when you have Little B on the other side of the stage. But hey, regardless of all of that, it's almost what we did expect Search and Destroy to be very competitive. There's a lot of things to obviously work on in such a short time to be able to do it when it comes down to the respawns. You can't just hope that you're going to be able to win Search and Destroys, because you have to somehow force a game 5 along the way, and it's probably going to have to either be the controller or map 4.
I like the call, but with that, our first kind of leg of this group stage comes to a bit of an end, just waiting on the results from Stamina and Smart Omega to finish off that opening Group A, Group B matchup. We take things back to D-Gon to the desk to break down all the action that they've seen and maybe some of the stuff that we haven't seen yet. Boys and girls.
Thank you very much. Hit the proper great cast to kick things off here at the COD Mobile World Championship. And let's start with the series that we just saw finish up here. Bobby Plays, Beef Mommy here. NYSL Mayhem, that has to feel so good, because we were sitting in the back room, second map, And it's the same story over and over again. Nice lead. We win map 1, we get a little bit of break. But can we please close out a map? And we're thinking, oh, here it goes again. But they actually reversed it here and were able to close it out here, Bobby.
Yeah, especially on that flip over the defensive side. They looked way more confident than they did off the start right there. I think a big factor of that, Little B not really popping off in the early rounds. Once he gets going for them, he's definitely a big accelerator that can change the game. Very similar to another player that we've seen in these stages in Whoopi. Both of those players can have a huge impact, especially in the search and destroy.
Honestly, Little B is someone that is so scary, not only in S&D, but also in the respawns as well. As you can see on your screen right now, with Little B having that 25K in that hardpoint Hacienda, it is really reminiscent of someone like Heaven that can definitely rock the sniper, but also can slay out into the respawn. So again, really impressive 3-0. But for me, the S&D was so close. Godlike gave everything that they could to close out the match, but obviously came up short.
Yeah, here on Hacienda, multiple times did Mayhem just break through the defense of Godlike, specifically in Garage. I remember multiple times it just felt like maybe Godlike got there first, but then Mayhem was able to break through. Here's that this search and destroy where we're like, all right, Mayhem, you guys are up. Come on, let's close this one out. And Godlike found ways to get back in, whether it was moments for Vegas or someone else coming on through. But eventually, it was Mayhem that did close it out.
And I think for Godlike, they had a lot of really good individual plays. I think we look at the hard point, you had multiple players going on 7 sprees. You look at the S&D, multiple players getting multi-kills as well, but it just didn't seem like the team cohesion was there, and I feel like that was the biggest game changer for NYSL, because you look at the hard point, you get players double, triple chelling on the entry into a hard point. That's really difficult to stop with a single player, and on the flip side, a lot of solo chells, you're just gonna get torn apart.
Well, this is one thing that we actually saw. I remember when we were watching it at the back room, where we saw that I feel like Godlike had a little bit of an advantage having that peak, but they did not have the trigger control to keep their positioning, and eventually gave it away to NYSL, and that was supposed to be really big kills. But coming off of that search and destroy, we're going into that control slumps where it was a different story, and NYSL just absolutely crushed it.
Yeah, here in the second round, you're thinking like, okay, cool, like they're gonna get closed out here. But as I think Shiv said, all of a sudden the cap was open. You got the more time, and the 5-kill lead dwindled down to 2, which dwindled down to a deficit, and Godlike had no answers.
I mean, the thing about control is it's all about how you use your operators. You look especially at the start of the second round, everybody in NYSL had their operators ready to go. Godlike was using all of theirs for the entirety of the round, so you've got this big life lead, but you can't see all the utility that's available on the opposite side. You give away a complete capture, uncontested, you don't require any lives out of them, and after that, it just fell apart.
Well, I was saying earlier, we wanted to see good NYSL Mayhem, not bad NYSL Mayhem. And that's what we got, a 3-0 in the North American squad. Now sitting on top of the group here as we take a look at the group results from Group A and B. What jumps out at you?
Oh, so it's really heartbreaking for me to see that Godlike and Vitality, both from India, just having a scoreline of 0-1 that really just brings them down into that lower round 1. Ooh, really close games though for Smart Omega and Stamina, which we still have to see later on. But again, the second OT matchup that we saw in Search and Destroy, it came really close in firing range.
Yeah, exactly. I want to bring it back to what you were saying earlier about the 2 squads from India. Vitality taking the loss earlier as the number 2 seed, and then Godlike, high aspirations, the number 1 squad. And neither one of them having a great showing. I believe the Inco Stalwart match against Vitality, that was the one that wrapped up first. What do you do to bounce back from something like that?
I mean, you got to regain, you got to not think about the loss, and obviously that's not the way you want to start out, but that's the beauty of this format is regardless of where you are, you can always bounce back, and even starting off the first day, you just have as much chance as any other team to make it to the championship. So I think they can regain. A lot of it just feels like getting outgunned, and at this stage of the competition, there's not a ton that you can do about that. But I know this is a resilient team.
Yeah, you think of the, for Vitality, they're going up against Strut, able to take that match against Wolves. And it's like, that was a good start. Again, Wolves did go 3 more in a row after that, but you know that Strut showed up. Where do you find the beacon of hope here?
Well, they need to find the beacon of hope where they saw it in Hardpoint. They knew that they could slay out 2 Wolves, but obviously in that search and destroy, China teams, again and again, we keep saying they're so good at that S&D. The game mode that they really need to practice is that control matchup, the swing mode that we really like to see, because that's where everything really comes through. And for them to go up against Vitality, which is also shaking the beginning, they need to find a way to get that control game.
All right, well, that concludes Group A and B with Stamina and Omega still battling it out. But next up, we got Group C and Group D and a prelude to what could possibly be the World Championship Finals here with QC and Tribe. It is going to be a huge one here. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the COD Mobile World Championships.
Nah.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championships here in Raleigh, North Carolina. We just got to see Group A and B do battle, and now it's time for Groups C and D to get in there and do the dance. Degon here on the desk with a bit of a caster switch up on the desk now. It's Shift and Proper coming on in. Guys, well done with your cast on the day.
Thank you.
How's it feel to get like the dust off at a World Championship, man?
It kind of feels like all the players are getting the dust off right now, too. I'm not going to lie. I mean, we've done this in a studio before, but first time with an audience. I mean, hey, NYSLM's got a little bit of a fan base going on today. I like it.
Absolutely popping off for them as well. You can hear NYSLM, you can hear the fan base. It just feels really, really nice. It feels normal to have it being done here.
Oh yeah, definitely, and I love the fact, again, we're in person, you can feel the energy, you can feel the vibes, and also, you know, you gotta roll with the punches every now and then. Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't, but it feels like everyone's here to play. Now let's get ourselves into the group stages one more time as we take a look at Group A and B. Smart Omega and Stamina still doing battle and battling it out there for supremacy in Group A, but I heard their thoughts before. What are your thoughts here, Groups A and B results?
I think for the most part, we got what was expected in Group B. I think we got proved a point by NYSLM, kind of already establishing some groundwork for improvement. But I will say, the region that none of us are really talking about is Europe, and the fact that they're keeping that series close with Smart Omega is great news for the Stamina fans.
Yeah, we were hearing them pop off just behind us before we actually came back live for the desk. I think it is quite telling to be able to see that Europe is in fact keeping themselves very much so alive in a very contested group.
Well, we've got two more groups to do battle here, Group C and D, and let's dive into Group C by taking a look at the group stage bracket presented by Republic of Gamers. Scars and Influence came in on one side of the matchup, but you know, again, these matchups are random, and it's Tribe and Q9 Club going head-to-head in what we all think are the two top teams in the world.
Yeah, the astonishment in your voice is well merited. These two teams very well could be the grand finals matchup for all we know. I mean, I think just based on expectations, there's a lot of excitement about both of these two teams individually. And hey, we don't have to wait very long to watch them play, which is great news.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be one of those things specifically because we do have Tribe and Q9. I believe that you even said it as well, Degon, is that this very much so could be a grand final in the making, considering the simple fact that Tribe, obviously #1 coming out from North America, can't be slept on whatsoever. Q9 got something to prove for themselves here on the international stage.
Right, Wolves taking the #1 seed from them, but Q9 still regarded as one of the best in the world. And also tells you, luck of the draw sometimes. Scars and Influence coming, feeling pretty good. Now, of course, none of this would be possible without our friends over at ROG. And so we wanted to thank them and tell you a little bit about the phone. The upgraded Game Cool 6 cooling system on the ROG Phone 6 has an optimized thermal design that cools the CPU not only from the internal structure design, but also from the external gadget. The new Aero Active Cooler 6, which incorporates an AI-powered active cooling system. Get the thumbs up there, right from Proper. Thank you very much to our friends over at ROG. Now let's dive back into the Group C and talk about these teams. Let's start with Tribe. Now, resetting the stage for those that don't know, Tribe, obviously synonymous with mobile gaming excellence, but specifically here in COD Mobile, best of the West.
Without question, and the most undoubtable team out of the Western Hemisphere, or maybe just regionally overall over the course of every year we've seen out of COD Mobile. And the cool thing about this Tribe team is, even though it's largely an unchanged roster, a lot of excitement about Jez. The rookie that's up, just turned 18, can compete, and he looked really good in Stage 4.
Casual 1.82 coming out of Stage 4. I mean, you look at the pedigree for this Tribe roster as a whole. First in Western Finals, first in Stage 3, first in Stage 4. They have a somewhat of a target on their back. I know that there's a majority of teams back there that just want to see how they do stand up against this #1 team out of North America.
And again, this is a mixture of new players and vets that have returned from last year's West Championship. What is that combination got to be like? Like, what are you expecting from someone who's been there before and now the young gun that's being shepherded in?
Confidence. That's the one word that you have to assume is going to be the case. And I will say, talking with these Tribe guys, they will let you know how confident they're feeling when they're on stage. So that's another part of it. You know, is that kind of NA wildness going to maybe overwhelm just the mental game coming into this? Because if they can beat you in mental warfare, believe me you when I tell you that they're going to also dominate you on the gameplay as well.
I think it's also really nice as well for Jets to be able to be surrounded by all these veterans as well. You know, Call of Duty's history has always been it kind of made in the notion that these young rookies that can come out and absolutely slay feel that much more comfortable when they have a veteran voice behind them targeting where they should be on the map.
Yeah, and so far in groups A and B, it felt like the Western teams were the ones that had not only the pop-offs on stage, but the pop-off squads here. So shout out to the Stamina squad as well, that are making noise throughout. Asian teams haven't quite done that as much yet. Now, let's take a look at the flip side, their opponent and Q9 Club from the East, from China. Again, one of the biggest, strongest regions in COD Mobile, in gaming in general. But what should we expect from them as we look at this matchup head-to-head?
I think the biggest thing is, you know, they came up short in their region, which feels bad. But at the same point, even during the Fall Invitational just a couple of weeks ago, it wasn't as convincing as I think a lot of people would have expected from this Q9 team. And maybe some of that, like Bobby and Aliana were saying, is because of the difference in maps, the difference in modes. But now those excuses aren't there anymore. And you have a chance to steal that spotlight that Proper was talking about by taking down the #1 team in a lot of people's minds right here in your opening matchup.
Yeah, and again, coming from the region that they do, especially in Q9, I will say this much, that the Search and Destroy will have a magnifying glass over top of it. You got to be able to have that map #2 to be able to force the hand. But Q9 is actually one of those teams, funny enough, that I was talking about when I was just casting with you, Alan, is that they aren't feeling too hot right now on the patch. They were specifically saying that the chemistry's not there. You have to wipe that slate clean, especially when you're coming for the king.
When you look at this roster here, again, guys that have been there before in terms of high pressure situations and finding success, but you wonder what the travel was like. You saw Wolves, they got sprung upon there early on in their matchup against Strut. Will the same thing happen with what we imagine is a much tougher opponent in Tribe?
You have to assume that there's going to be a little bit of that kind of wake-up period, just because of the fact that the travel was so extraneous on how long they were going. I mean, even the fact that there was, I'm sure, plenty of stress leading up to the event, like were they even going to be able to get the visas to be here? So the fact that now you're here, I think the biggest thing is you have to settle in, and you cannot allow this Tribe team to take things over from the word go. You have to come out, play your game, trust that your prep is good, and even though you have fallen short in the past, you still are one of the best teams as expected to be here at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I love that phrase again, just to play your own game, to meet the pace of Tribe and respond accordingly. That Q9 cannot afford to lose. That mental warfare that you were talking about, Alan, especially with this roster sticking together, what they were doing, especially through what tournaments that they played in such recent time.
You know, they're, again, Q9 looking to grab the spotlight and show that they are #1, and they've got to do it through the best in the West. Tribe still has a lot to prove. Again, big legacy to stand up to across all mobile games, and also their own bar that they've set over the last year, 2 years of COD Mobile. So here we go. This is going to be their first step to do it now. We're still waiting for some of the players on the stage to get ready for our alpha, so we'll be hopping into one of the other games very shortly. So in the meantime, I wanted to get your thoughts in terms of this stage and in terms of the stage nerves for everyone. Not only are you playing right now, but you know that you're being surrounded by other matches that are happening. You got to be able to block that out.
Yes, you do, because let's be honest, it's going to get pretty noisy up there as we get deeper through these groups. I mean, these opening rounds may be a little bit more tame, but you expect that when the qualifiers start to happen for these groups, you're going to start to hear some shouting coming through, and you need to be able to control that energy and not get out of hand.
Well, pretty difficult to do shouting when you hear both English squads coming out right now, which is actually what we're going to hop to in game right now. I believe it's Luminosity from North America up against Nova in Europe. So that's going to be one where teams are popping off. They're popping off in English, but these two squads going head to head.
Yeah, I think that it's one of those things that we were going to be talking about extensively when it comes down to Luminosity and anybody else really coming out from Europe. Both of these two teams really trying to put themselves on the map and make their region feel very respected.
Yeah, as you can see there on the bottom, if you wanted to follow along in this matchup, this will be on the Bravo stream once we get our Tribe and Q9 matchup set up. But it's a 3-0 lead so far, specifically on this map, and a 1-0 series lead right now for the North American kit.
And this is great news for Luminosity, who are also dealing with a little bit of a last-second roster addition of Jesus Saves, who has been one of the, I would say, most fun players to watch in the North American region. So to see him kind of joining the squad, finding early success, great news.
Jesus Saves having the highest KDA in North America from stage 4. And then obviously filling in pretty well here for Luminosity, as they are looking pretty good here against Nova. Another one of those squads with great mobile, mobile esports pedigree, and trying to live up to that. But we're seeing the different strengths from the different regions play out early on. Obviously, India not where they wanted to be. North America surprising others. And then Europe. Europe's one of those in the middle where we weren't sure what to expect. Strut still taking Omega a little bit there. Nova struggling right now against Luminosity. And then Strut, finishing in that, surprise win earlier on. Where do we think Europe's going to finish up?
It's funny that you do mention that, because it's one of those things that we all ended up talking about, that when you think about the strongest regions out there, Europe is not one of them. So Europe coming into an international event, and you have been able to have at least a comfortable stage 4 against your own region, I honestly think that Europe are going to be able to stand up quite well. I mean, even against like the Chinese teams that we were just seeing, even in those earlier rounds, they didn't look half bad.
Yeah, the worry was that they would get kind of blown away in a game like that. But that's not what happened.
Not at all. I think that's great news that you come out, you're fighting. Problem is, there's not much of a lifeline out here. So as much as we could sit there and, blow some sunshine towards their direction, you still have to get through these well-rehearsed international squads. And even though the map 1 win like from Strut, surprise, we didn't really expect them to do too much when it came to playing up against those powerhouses.
Right.
That's cool, great, but in the end, you still have to be able to finish out these series and actually do something to tell us that, yes, Europe is a major contender at this tournament.
So speaking of surprises, right, just like Strut was able to pull one out there, I think the other one that we're all waiting to see, which is coming up very, very soon, is Scars from Japan.
Yeah.
Where will Japan sit in this region as well, or in this regional conversation as well? Because for every other team, you get to say, okay, we have regional strength and individual strength. Scars being the only team from Japan, you got to figure out where you sit in all of that, and they got a fruitful draw not to go up against Tribe or Q9. They go up against Influence Kevin to start things off.
But you still have that looming in the distance, right? You're probably going to have to face either Tribe or Q9 maybe once, if not twice, throughout the entirety of just the group stage alone. And not to mention the pressure, coming back to land and representing your entire region as the only team. I mean, they got to show up and absolutely slay out.
The biggest thing is it a big fish in a small pond? Like, it's cool, I think, to have, the whole country's behind you.
Right.
But we didn't really see much competition in Japan. I mean, Scars was flawless. No one really even touched them. I mean, the whole broadcast was over in like 2 hours, it felt like. It was over as soon as it started. And that has to be something that we really evaluate for this Scars team is, are they really, really solid? And is that region just kind of a little lopsided? Or is this just one big fish that kind of has, its own thing going for it in its own region?
Right, and that's part of the difficulty. If you drop down to the elimination bracket, it's do or die time, and you have to tell yourself, you have to be forgiving to yourself. Be like, all right, we just played up against the best team in the world. That's what we got to tell ourselves, and now we're going to bounce back right here, especially because we found regional success, and we know that we're a great team from all of the tests that we've had. How can we test outside of what we know? And so hopefully Scars will be able to do that, or Influence Kevin, whoever comes out on the bottom side.
Yeah, and it's that phrase, you're living rent-free in my head right now, brother, is you have to come in and play your own game. What was your strengths coming out from your region as a whole? We talked about that with Godlike when Alan and I were casting.
Yeah.
It was the search and destroy, and they did look very good on that. Obviously, respawns were not necessarily there. But for Scars, you have to just be able to come in and just lean on the strengths, lean on your vetoes, and whatever is comfortable for you to be able to take as many maps as possible.
Well, what happens when you start losing, too? Like,
Right.
You don't expect them to win every map here. You're going to be playing up against some good teams. So if you do find yourself behind, how do you play recovery after that?
Yeah, well, they'll have to figure that one out when they find themselves behind. Right now, falling a little bit behind with all 4 games getting set up. So we're going to take a short 5-minute break. When we come back, we'll hop into groups C and D for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. I'm joined by the one and only Beef Mommy, and we are heading into what I would say is the most highly anticipated match of the day. The Kings of the West, Tribe Gaming, going up against
The bomb has been planted. Last man standing. Finish it. Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up.
kill. We'll see what type of impact he has for Q9 today.
Oling already having 4 to his name. The next person up to him is actually going to be Jez having that 5. So I feel like it's going to be them, the MVPs for sure. Oling being one of the best China teams, China players here. And now as we slow things down yet again, they're going to be trying to go in for that anchor point where player number 1 is Jez trying to anchor that point up against Oling. Speaking up, but Oling wins that gunfight.
That's an absolutely massive gunfight. Locks in the spawns right there. They're able to break the hard point immediately. Players still spawning across the map for both teams right now. And it looks like Tribe's going to be able to hit the flank. Might be able to anchor spawns right here if they can win a couple of gunfights. That's going to be the opener, and that is huge. Q9 players spawning all the way across the map. And now an opportunity for Tribe to potentially get 30 more points. A little bit of a slow start for Island, but he's able to bounce back and able to occupy the hard point. So even with limited resources right here, they're still locking in the hard point time. Tribe not really capitalizing on what they've got right now, but they break back in and definitely got the setup to get the rest of those 20 seconds. Everybody on Q9 very happy to set up on the inside of that money hill.
Very early rotation coming in from Q9. That was planned to be player number 3 and 1. That is Oling and Dam trying to go in there very early in the rotation and just give up with the scrap points. And that allows Tribe to get them a little bit of a lead. And now let's see what we can do to find going for the pick. But then one by one, they drop like flies. And Q9, 2 only inside of the hard point as we see the rest of Tribe's actually going to be funneling through into the backside.
And right now, the spawns are still pretty good for Q9. You got the reinforcements coming from Driveway, so they're still chilling. Tribe, main goal right here is probably just to contest as much as they want. No, they don't want to contest. They want the hard point for themselves. They're going to be able to break in right there. Now Marshy on that back doorway, the Purifier, he's going to be able to find one, and looks like he's working on some streaks as well. A couple more should be able to lock in the Pred missile. Especially come that basketball court hard point, he can get some big value out of that. But Tribe, as expected, the dominant hardpoint team, and no surprise, 2020 MVP for North America, Tectonic. 11 kills on the board already. He has definitely turned out to be a huge leader for this team, and he is popping off the start.
That was a good break coming in from Tribe, and Q9 kind of, let it go because they went in for the early rotation, planning to get that full 60, but unfortunately for them, couldn't sustain very well. Same case goes over here. Early rotation coming into basketball, and as they're trying to get a hold of the spawns, not really quite winning the gunfights, as we see player number 2 up in Spiral. That's going to be Bolu getting a lot of these kills as well, and not just that, secures it just for a moment. But player number 1 coming in from Q9, that is Dam, tries to flush out all the players, but we can see over here, spawn control for Tribe.
And the thing about raid hardpoint, especially when it comes to basketball, there is no spawn control. You just try to stay in the right spot and hope nobody spawns on top of you, but it looks like they're going to be able to do exactly that, forcing Q9 to spawn out toward that pool side. It looks like they will continue to do so as right now Tribe can tend to just continue flooding on in. They're going to spawn a little bit higher up. Player spawns directly in front. D-Chen, unfortunate timing for him, and it continues to go the way of Tribe. Marshy doing everything he can to stay alive. Q9 able to break in at least for the time being. But with only 15 seconds left to be gained right here, you gotta focus on that rotation up to P5.
Scrap points not being taken right now by Q9, but as I said that, player number 3, that's going to be Oling, tries to get whatever scraps they have because it's 58 and 129. The points are going so far away. And now finding the rotation also very early from Q9. That's one thing I must commend them is that the early rotation, but Jez having the Pred stops the push.
There's just so much gun skill on this Tribe Gaming team. You look across the board. The only player not above 10's Marching, and he's the OBJ man. He does the dirty work for the squad. Uling doing everything he can to snake his way in. Jez finally going to get dropped right there, but the rookie having his way in this matchup. 18 kills on the board already. And Q9 really struggling to keep up. It just doesn't really seem like the teamwork's there. A lot of individual shells, and they're getting absolutely picked apart. Bolu going to pick up the scrap time here as well. And it may very well be a full 60 for Tribe. I take that back. Instant break for Q9. But they've got a lot of work to do if they're going to have a chance of getting back into this one.
Tribe gives away this particular hard point and moves on to the next setup. Very clean as they take out all the players all around P1. They have control of top laundry. I mean, that is a really good setup, especially player number 1 off in driveway. That's going to be really big. But good for him that Tang actually finally gets a really important kill. But 9 to his name, it seems like gun skills, Q9 struggling up against Tribe.
Yeah, and to be honest, this is not surprising. This is a Tribe Gaming team that has been known for their gun skill basically as long as they've existed. Tectonic, an absolute beam right there. Opposition has zero chance. Dueling from the top side, going to be able to find a kill. But as long as Tribe has those top laundry spawns, there's not a whole lot Q9 can do. We got one player on the flank, and just like that, the spawns are going to go ahead and flip an opportunity. And if you're Q9, you can go 40-20 right here, but you don't have enough time to continue going 40-20 splits. You've got to get some full 60s, and it's going to take some big sprees. Tang's on a 4 right now. He's trying to get 5. He does exactly that. Staying alive, and he's almost on a Pred missile. they're going to close that gap a little bit, cross the 100-point line, and it seems like the momentum's starting to swing a little bit. We'll see what Tribe can do to counter.
But it's all right. It's okay because Q9's going to get in any other way. As we can see here, finally the rotation comes through into Kitchen. Both of them still not having a solid hold here in Kitchen so far. And now we actually saw 100 points in between them, but now the gap slowly closes and still a lifeline coming in from Q9 if they get a solid hold here.
Right now, Tang's just hoping nobody comes through that doorway. Purifier still in hand, got a little bit more to use, and he's going to find one in the backside, but Tribe still controlling those spawns, and as long as that's happening, there is no real hope for Q9 finding a break right here. They've got to find a flank. Dam's going to be able to find one, and oh my gosh, does he get obliterated by the claw right there. Jez doing everything he can to defend on the inside, and he is tearing them apart, and there's the reinforcements for Tribe. That's that teamwork, the cohesion on point, the communication is there. They're still on the inside of the hard point and only 40 points away from closing out map 1.
This is something similar that we saw in that first respawn, where we saw a very early rotation coming in from Q9 here in Garage, and now no contest whatsoever. Scrap points going to the favor of Tribe, where you should not be doing that in the first place. And now for Tribe, they did such an amazing job at the break a while ago, and now let's see if they can finally take it. But maybe they can as Tang gets 2. That's going to be really big for them. And now for Tribe, they only have one operator to try and go and fill it.
Yeah, right now the operator availability is very, very low. This is what we typically consider to be a money hill, but Q9 was not really able to get a whole lot of time despite their early rotation the first time around. And just like that, Tribe's gonna break on in. Uling, the only one there to defend, he gets shut down. And if I had to guess, that might be the end of map 1. Tribe, so clean on the breaks. The holds have been untouchable. Tang's got a friggin' EMP system, but this late in the game is not going to be able to do anything. And you can see the importance that the teamwork playing for Tribe Gaming right now. A dominant map 1.
2 points left. Contest for just about half a second.
Yes.
There you go, Tribe Gaming. A very convincing first win here in Hardpoint Raid. And this is what we expected in the first place. What a beautiful win. And the breaks are just so clean, Bobby.
Yeah.
Every single lane they covered, especially in Garage, where it's supposed to be the hardest to go and break, they cover all 3 entrances.
Yeah, it wasn't close. Tribe was in control the entire time. There were some points it looked like Q9 might be able to flip the momentum a little bit, but there was not a single negative player on Tribe Gaming that matchup, and that tells a big portion of the story. Bolu, Tectonic, Marshy doing the dirty work. I mean, if you look across the board, there's no one absolute OBJ player. That's the beauty of their play style. Everybody has that ability to stay alive on the inside of the hard point and be where their team needs them to be. So Vega and Jez going to be at the top of the scoreboard, but everybody, huge contributions.
Honestly, for me, one of the biggest reasons why Tribe actually won, I mean, yes, they are really good at the gun skills, but you're taking a look at why. It's because they have better gun composition. They have different SMGs. They got the Krig 6, they have the CBR, but for Q9, they all ran 4 people, Krig 6, and 1 CBR. Maybe that is the biggest difference as to why Tribe kept on winning those close range engagements.
Now, coming into this, I did expect Tribe to win map 1. We talked about they're a hard point team, Q9's an S&D team. Now, if we see Tribe take the S&D, then Q9 starts to get really, really worried, because not only does that mean you got to win 2 straight respawns, but if Tribe's got the ability to beat Q9 in S&D, then I think they can beat just about anybody. So I'm not expecting Q9 to lay down right here. I think they're definitely going to step their game up and should be a very, very interesting firing range, especially with the sniper dominance that we've seen for a lot of these Chinese players.
I think the question is it going to be as close as we think it is, or is it going to be really just far away, kind of like what we saw in that hard point matchup? So really excited to see it, because as we keep hyping up Q9, really good at S&D, really, I don't know, disciplined when it comes to the gameplay. And for sure, they're one of the teams like, okay, we're going to be losing that hard point, but we already saw that a while ago from Wolves, where they did lose that up against Strud. Now let's see if it's going to be the same story here, where the Chinese team struggling at the hard point, but great at the S&Ds.
Yeah, the one thing that I would say characterizes the Chinese search and destroy is aggression. You will never see people fly across the map with as much confidence as these guys do. It'll be interesting to see the clash of the play styles, because North America has definitely been known to have a much more passive play style, and obviously that helped them to excel on that map 1, but when it comes to the search and destroy, especially if you're confident heading into it. That can play a huge role, and if you can catch the opposing team off guard, get you out to a big lead early on.
Let's see. Offensive, defensive side. We already saw some of the teams kind of just struggling when it comes to the offense. We saw that a while ago in Godlike versus Mayhem, where they just struggled for the offense. But coming in for Q9 though, especially in their last tournament, that's going to be CDFI, where they had a flawless run in search and destroy, almost at least. They had one little mashup against Almighty. But taking a look at what we have for a team like Tribe, where they're definitely a little bit up and down when it comes to their S&D matches, but a very well-balanced team. I mean, I cannot complain at all when it comes to this team, because they deliver every single time on every single game mode.
Absolutely. Looking at some of our other matchups right now, we've got other North American teams in action. Luminosity, the number 2 team coming out of North America. They currently sit up 2-0 over Nova, with an opportunity right here as they take the first round of the control as well. You guys can check that out on the other streams. We also have Scars and Influence Kemin going at it right now, with Scars in the lead early on. That was a team that had a very big question mark coming into this, because nobody really knows what to expect out of them, but looks like they're delivering. We'll see if Q9 can do just that heading into this second map. Definitely a big proving point, and we'll see if that confidence pays off, but forgetting to pick up the bomb off the start, not a great start.
You know what, we're not going to talk about that. We didn't see that one at all, but again, very passive. This is very surprising to me, because like what we said before is that Q9, they're usually very aggressive off the rip, and now, let's see it. But then gun carrier, that's going to be really hard as Bay gets that first blood, as Dam goes down. Not just that, the bomb is going to be going down as well, and now 1v1s are happening all across the board, and Marshy wins one of them.
That's a huge trade right there. Island's going to drop as well. Bolu pulling out the snipe, and I mean, off the start, Tribe not losing any confidence after that map number 1. We did see a fairly aggressive push into some unusual angles, and to be honest, from what I've seen of the Chinese teams, they don't play a ton of firing range search and destroy, and it's showing right now. Bolu with another round number 1, looking a little bit lopsided right there.
God nades all across the board. We saw Bolu cooking out that beautiful nade, and that was just fantastic timing on his end. Really good confidence for this team, but Q9 still not over. It's only round number 1, so there's still a lot to show for. As we slow things down yet again, it's really uncharacteristic of Q9 to be so passive off of the really good start.
Yeah, I mean, they had solid map control. We had Island pushed all the way up into trailer, and to be honest, the weirdest thing is that Tribe didn't have anybody in trailer, but they were able to bait them into that aggression and catching them off guard, because naturally Q9's going to expect somebody to be there. Jez is going to do exactly that. He finds one before getting traded out, and that's where you see that aggression come to play, but Bolu counters once again. Sniper in hand. He's got 3 on the board already. Uling going to be forced to unshell, and we haven't really seen the snipes have much of an impact for Q9 so far. Obviously, Uling going to be another one of those players that you got to watch. Tang going to play the backside of the bomb site. Bolu not able to find the timing over top of the bomb head glitch, and now it's a little bit of a waiting game, but Uling going to get dropped right there. It's all down to Tang, and he's just hoping the timing goes his way, but you can hear the footsteps on the inside of trailer. Going to be able to find one, but can't get the turn onto Vague, and back-to-back rounds for Tribe Gaming off the start.
That was beautiful. That was a really good take, especially being very passive, knowing very well that you mentioned it before, that we already know that Tribe is going to be passive off the start, and now for Q9, it's just they're falling apart. Like what you said, there is no sniper presence whatsoever here, but as we said that, it has to be Uling stepping it up when it comes to the snipes, and not just that, the information for them.
Well, right here, Jez is going to get way pushed up on the inside of trailer, and more than likely, I didn't see anybody getting information. This could cause huge issues for Q9. He said, I'm going to push all the way over the wood. Vague's going to find 2 with the Krieg in hand, and Q9 is absolutely scrambling right here, trying to stay alive, but they've only got 1 player left in Tang. They are getting completely fried by this Tribe Gaming roster, and Tang right now with an impossible task, especially with the confidence that Tribe has played with so far. You feel like the odds of a 1v4 pretty astronomically low.
This is a lopsided 3 rounds so far, and we did not expect this at all, but Tang is going to be bunched up in the corner. He's going to be pinched right now. 2 players on each side. Now, what can you do? I mean, all you need to do is challenge, check your corners right, but then it's going to be very hard, as we like to see that Tribe has this passive nature. I like this discipline coming in from this team because they're not pushing whatsoever. They don't have to. They're at the defense. They're just waiting for the plant.
Yeah, right now he's just playing the waiting game. There's 2 players waiting for him on this bomb site. Vague probably heard the slide right here. He's gonna see the feet. Able to take down 1. Smoke gonna go down. I don't think he realizes that Tectonic's on the backside. He definitely does not, and he's gonna get pinched right here. There's no real chance. I don't know how Tech hasn't taken him down yet, but it's only a matter of time, it seems, at this point. They're closing in from the backside. Tech's gonna pick up the kill right there. And now 3-0. I was hoping for a 5-game series, but with the way this one's gone so far, it doesn't feel like the odds are super high.
The timing of that, when he barely saw Marshy, didn't see him, unfortunately. He could have won that gunfight easily, rated down to a 2v1, but again, it's just really hard in the high-pressure situation that Q9 is really put in right now. 3-0 here at round number 4. Let's see what difference they can go and do. Again, forgetting to get the bomb. It looks like they don't want to pick it up at all. We've seen this already before, where they just trying to go in guns out.
Yeah, I just don't know what's happening. I mean, and they're getting gunned by SMGs cross map when they've got snipers. It looks like they're not agreeing to the GA anymore, because D-Chen's going to pull out the SKS as well. They're pulling out everything they possibly can to try to get the win right here, but talked a lot about their aggression in S&D. Tribe is matching them, if not exceeding them, in that category right now. And man, oh man, these Q9 players struggling to find kills.
Speaking of struggling, Dam and Island having 0 kills, and we're already here at round number 4, just struggling to get that, and Oling with the 2, very unlike him. And now if you look at the other side, May having that 6, that is just great. Jazz gets 1 more. Plan is going to be going down, but Dam signs a fly for him and his team. 2v1 situation where he's in a really good spot to try and spot 2 of those players. Information gets 1. Knows very well this is the next one's over there. Marcy goes down. 1v1 situation. There you go. Doesn't win it. Just wins those. And now another round going in for Tribe Gaming.
Huge opportunity to swing the momentum right there. And once again, Tribe shuts it down. Jez clutching up in the 1v1 to end that one out. And man, oh man. 7-0 in S&D over Q9 would be like one of the most shocking things that we see this weekend. So I anticipate at some point, maybe it'll be when we flip sides, whatever it is. At some point, Q9's got to bounce back, surely, right?
Oh, Dam's just like, he's just standing over there. He reconnected. I feel like there's some issues when it comes to the connection of some of these players, but Tang punches him out, knocks him out, and Bolu goes down. And now they're spread out all across the map, all of these players, and now it's going to be a 1v1 situation for all across the bombs. But then here we go. It's going to be a 3v2 favoring Q9.
It looks like maybe Q9 has flipped a switch right here. The bomb's down over on the A site. D-Chen looking to pinch right here. He's going to have a Jez to deal with. That's big information. That's a free kill, and now all down to Tectonic. We've seen him do some crazy things, but trying to 1v3 with this little time to work with just doesn't seem super doable. So he's going to be able to find 1 onto D-Chen right there. Pushes down. He's got time to work with, but that's 2 nasty head glitches that he's got to deal with right there. Damn, shuts him down. 7-0 no longer in play, and some signs of life out of Q9.
That was a good round from Q9. What they did was they isolated the players of Tribe and did multiple 1v1s all across the map, and maybe that's something that they need to utilize, because so far they've been met with such great force, brute force coming in from Tribe Gaming. And not just that, it's the matter of fact that the snipers of Tribe is just a little bit too overwhelming, and the nades, the god nades, the amount of nades that we saw today from Tribe, definitely really impressive to shut down Q9.
Well, Q9 gonna switch things up, go for a B push right here. He's still got a Tectonic in the backside they gotta deal with, but that's just a trophy. Tech's gonna drop right there, and now the aggression's starting to pay off. Tribe not sure how to counter right here. We see the Q9 man advantage go through, but D-Chen's gonna drop, and it's gonna be a 3v3 with the bomb down right here. Uling finally finds a big snipe onto Marshy right there, but just like that, Bolu fires back. 2v2, 30 seconds remaining. that trophy gonna disappear? Jez trying to get some information with the nade, but he doesn't read Uling around the corner, and now it's down to a 1v1. Bolu versus Uling. A huge swing round potentially right there. Bolu hoping to make it in, but not gonna peek around quite yet. Uling playing the waiting game.
expectation
Will the timing go his way? It definitely does. Bolu goes big for Tribe Gaming. And the ball back in their court. 5-1 is the lead.
Bolu was such a key player in that matchup, and he almost got away with one more kill a while ago. But hey, Tang actually almost got that kill off of him as well, but the timing, obviously with COD timing, he was right in the back. And then when they went in there for the take, he had the boxing gloves out, but then obviously wasn't able to pull out his gun on time. And now we get to see it. Another take coming in from Tribe as we see finally the switcheroo.
Bolu is no stranger to these big moments. The winningest player in probably in COD Mobile history. If you look at overall tournament titles, he goes big for his team. And off the start, Q9 going to find the advantage again. Uling's able to drop Bolu, and that's a huge factor to take out of the equation. Now Marshy and Tectonic going to be left all alone right here. And they're kind of isolated in the back of the map. They have no information right now. Tech going to make an audio cue, and you'd have to guess Island's probably going to be able to sniff him out right here. He's going to find one onto Marshy, and just like that, 1v4 once again. Tectonic, he's a great player, but to try to 1v4 in this situation, not going to seem super doable. And Tang drops things down right there. Q9 still alive, but once again, a lot of work to do.
Looks like the defense is working out for them just a little bit, looking like they're more of a defensive team this time around. And now for Tribe, needs to find a way to answer back, and now it looks like aggression going into Alpha as well as they stack it. But for Q9, they're actually gonna be flowing through into mid, all the way into trailer.
This is very unusual. Tribe sends everybody A, Q9 sends nobody. Multiple players flood through mid right there. And if we can take a look at the minimap, it might give us a little bit of a better idea. A couple players set up for the flank, couple making their way on into trailer, and just like that, Uling finds the opener onto Marshy. Set up on the inside, gonna be able to find one. Uling finds Vague right there. The angles are too clean. And right now, Tribe's got no map control. Dam's gonna find another one right there. Tribe struggling to find these Q9 players. D-Chen and Dam shut it down. And definitely looking like the defensive side is the one to be favored in this matchup.
What a round for both of these teams. Tribe went in there very aggressively going into Alpha, not clearing out any other space but that site. And now for Q9, was able to spread all of their players out, having sites in American, mid, and also in bathroom where they won a lot of their gunfights. And now looking like it's going to be a similar situation here.
You can start to hear the confidence building for those Q9 players. They're very content to send nobody on over to A. Not only does that mean they don't have to give up lives, but it baits out so much utility out of Tribe as well. And you got to think whenever it comes to the retake, that puts them in such a rough spot. Obviously, the trophy's down, but Q9's ready for it. They're just content to go for the 5-man retake every single time. They feel that good about their map control, and right now, get Tribe pushed a little bit further back. They got players on the inside of bathrooms, and Marshy's going to find a big opener. Tech drops another there as well. They got to apply all this pressure from the backside toward American, and Vague peeking over top. He doesn't miss a bullet. Uling, the last one left. He's going to miss a couple shots, does manage to connect, but a 1v5 up against 19 seconds on the clock just doesn't seem to be in the cards for him. Tribe wins another round. They are 1 round away from closing out this second map.
1 round away from making it a 2-0, and that was a beautiful response from a flank from Q9. Now for Tribe, that is going to be a really good start because it was looking kind of shaky when it comes to the attacking side, but they finally knew that Q9 is probably going to give it away for a retake. And now that's going to be really big for Tribe, and now closing it out is probably going to be very difficult, but for a team like Tribe, it's going to be easy.
Feel like Q9 got a little bit predictable. Tribe knows you're going to give them a completely free A bomb site. You know, to leave players back there on the flank to at least maintain some semblance of map control. And now Q9 is going to have to reevaluate if they want to continue to give up that A site for free. Doesn't really seem like a viable option with the way that Tribe was able to play that one. And we do see some more players going on over toward that A site. Actually a pretty heavy defense, and Tribe knows it's going to happen. They're like, all right, we'll bait out an aggressive defense out of you, but Uling's going to find the opener onto Marshy.
Look at this aggression coming in from Q9, but there's going to be a lot of trades coming through as a 3v3 situation is going to ensue here in Alpha. And now the one player coming in from Q9, that's going to be Island in Bravo, finally goes in for the reposition. And that allows Tribe to go in there for that A site. But that's going to be good because they need to slow things down just a little bit because they got a little bit too aggressive into the first start of this round. Now 2 players wanting to go in for the flank. That's going to be Oling, and at player number 5, it's Island.
Uling gets the information right there, but the bomb's down. He's in a rough spot. He just says, I want to chow. Uling makes him pay right there. The remaining Tribe players get shut down basically simultaneously. And a very quick retake for the Q9 players. That information from the inside of trailer playing a crucial role. And right now, Tribe's got the opportunity to close it out, but it's just tough to read. Very good adjustments out of Q9 to counter over there on the A site. We'll see if they can continue to do that.
That was such a good readjustment coming in from Q9, being so aggressive after being so passive in the last 2 rounds before that. And now, being passive for both of these teams, but that also allows Q9 to go into jungle, giving that information. Jazz gets 1, Tan goes down, but Island gets in for the trade. And now it's just Q9 all across the board. 2v4 situation. They're gonna be backed up, but again, player number 3, that's Tectonic, it's gonna be slowing things down as the reconnect finally needs to get through, but we are gonna stop things over here. We're gonna restart it really quick. We're gonna stop this matchup as we see kind of a little bit of a trouble when it comes to the phones right now, but you know, we're just gonna wait for it. But how about for you, Bobby? What do you think is happening when it comes to Q9? Because I feel like in the last 3 rounds that we saw, 2 of them, they're being played very passively, which should not have happened in the second time around. Went very aggressive the 3rd time. I feel like they should have been doing that the entire time.
I think it's a big game of chess because there's no one approach that has worked every time for either of these teams. They've thrown different looks. We've seen the aggression over on the A side. We haven't seen a ton of B looks, but that's mainly because the B looks have gotten shut down immediately. So I think if you're Tribe, you do try to slow things down. I feel like there's a pretty easy opportunity to bait Q9 in. It's just about playing the proper positions in order to actually be able to make it happen. So we'll see if maybe they can bounce back. And right now it looks like we might be hopping back into the matchup, not 100% positive. Looking at our other matchups that are happening right now, Influence Kemen is absolutely frying Scars right now. 5-0 is the round count. Obviously, Scars taking map number 1, but they were a big question mark in this one, and especially for this to be the number 3 team coming out of LATAM. Big performance for them.
The reason why Scars is such a big question mark is that they had a 100% win rate all across the board in their stage 4 run, but obviously the region not being as competitive is definitely going to be a big factor. And now for Kemen, they're definitely rocking things through here in this search and destroy. 1 away to evening things up with the scoreline of Scars. And now we see that's going to be Scars yet again with the bomb going in there for the attack. As we can see, a lot of the players coming in from Influence Kemen, that's going to be really big. That really early rotation, fast rotation is really huge coming in from this team going in there for that retake.
And man, the aggression once again, this time from the Latin American team. Scars absolutely picked apart there on the defense, and first Peacekeeper that we've seen in play all day. I know it's a gun that the Japanese teams have really favored, but I'm curious to see if maybe they adapt later in the weekend, because it doesn't feel like really a viable option relative to some of the other guns that we're seeing in play. Definitely seems like it's likely played a factor here as well, and he's going to look to beam off the head glitch, but he's forced to retreat. And now the collapse coming through. Influence Kemen 7-0. That is a dominant search and destroy, and I certainly, I wouldn't say I necessarily counted them out, but I didn't expect huge things out of them on the weekend. That is a big momentum changer for them.
The momentum is definitely going to be in their favor, and just trying to figure out giving that 7-0 to Scars is just absolutely massive, because going into this, they had a 22% win rate in S&D. They only won it twice during their stage 4 run, and now it's so impressive to see that they absolutely dominated it against a team like Scars. But now taking a look at what we have over here, kill rounds. Look at it, it's gonna be kind of equal-ish. Maybe, no, I'm trying to be positive here, okay?
Yeah, I mean, Ryo's a player for Scars that completely dominated all of Stage 4. He dropped like a 2-point-something KD. He comes away from that search and destroy with 3 kills on the board. Very uncharacteristic performance from him. And consistency across the board for Influence Rage. Man, they've definitely put in the work, and they came to play. The Brazilians looking very strong so far this weekend. We actually, on another matchup, have Skade up 100 points on Almighty. So that's another very surprising score. That's on one of our other broadcasts if you guys want to check it out. But wow, it's been quite a surprising day so far.
I know. 3 straight firing range matchups that we have for today, and really surprising matches and score lines that we saw. So Scars 1, Influence Kemen 1, Tribe Gaming having that upper hand as well in Q9. Still trying to figure things out when it comes to that search and destroy. And this is Group C. There's another group that you can check out if you are on YouTube watching live. That's going to be Skade versus Almighty, where, well, looking like Almighty's having a little bit of trouble here in firing range.
Yep. It's been certainly unpredictable to say the least so far. So off to a great start for Stage 5. These teams have definitely not disappointed. You can tell the amount of work that each and every one of these guys has put in is paying off, and you love to see it, especially with $1.7 million on the line.
Oh, that's a lot of money. A lot of pride in the line, because obviously not only are they playing for that cash money, but also the pride that comes along with winning and representing your country. This is the first LAN that we've ever had, and this sets the tone for the years to come. I'm so excited for it.
Yep, it's 3 years in the making. So a lot of teams, I think, got some adjustments that need to be made, but I think even going down 0-1 off the start, it's designed to be group play for a reason. You can bounce back and show that you're stronger on other maps. I think that the map pick can play a huge role in whether or not you're able to get the wins as well. Taking a look at our map counts, Smart Omega was able to close out that win over Stamina Esports, and as somebody who picked Stamina Esports to win the group, things looking pretty dicey right here. I think Mayhem versus Omega is going to be a very fun matchup to watch.
Definitely. I'm looking forward to this one. Actually, out of every single one of the matches here in Group A, NYSL Mayhem versus Omega, I feel like is going to be so interesting, because both of these teams kind of scrappy, but also gave us a little bit of a surprise, giving 3-0s all across the board for today. And so, again, we've been seeing so many matches. Group B, obviously, Inco, Stalwart, and Wolves getting that upper hand, where Wolves won it 3-1 up against Strut, and Team Vitality has a donut for today. And now for Group C, no one yet so far having a definite win, but for Group D, look at that. Luminosity and Nova Esports. I did not expect that to end so fast.
That was really, I mean, based on how quickly that ended, I feel like that has got to be a 3-0. Not a surprising outcome. This is a Luminosity team that not a lot of people have been talking about, just because of how good Tribe is, but they are incredibly well-rounded, phenomenal teamwork for them, and that's another team that I think, if they reach their full potential, could potentially be top 3. They could take the whole thing, but it's all going to come down to consistency and the mentality that you have. Strong start for them, though, in a pretty competitive group, especially if Skade's playing that well against Almighty.
Yeah, that's what I keep saying. LATAM is a really competitive region, because going into Stage 4, they had so many Game 5, so many close calls. The points were really close, so I'm not going to count them out just yet. And now for Luminosity, like you keep saying, it's like people always count them out because of the fact that Tribe is just so strong, and they've always been under the shadow of Tribe in these past few years, but it's looking like they're making their mark here today in day number 1. Is no joke to actually pull off that 3-0 up against Nova Esports. But if you are wondering what is happening right now, Tribe Gaming in Q9, we're going to be having that reset. The scoreline is going to be 6-3 once we do come back in just a tiny bit as we fix things for you guys watching. But yeah, great day so far. I feel like here in this particular group, everything's happening very fast.
Yeah, it's definitely been developing quickly. I'm excited to see all the stat lines once we get everything figured out right here, but it's the rookies have come to play. That's one thing that I have definitely noticed. You look especially at Tribe Gaming, and you've got Vague and Jez, both rookies, both stepping their game up in their first ever World Championships. There's a reason that even coming off of a world championship, you decide to drop 2 players and pick up these guys instead. Obviously, you got Tectonic, who is very well respected in the North American competitive scene as well. Adding all of that together with 2 real anchor players in Marshy and Bolu, it's just tough to beat. So if we're going back to 6-3, like if there's connectivity issues, maybe we don't feel quite as good about Q9's ability to close that gap, because if you got Tribe players disconnecting, that changes the equation pretty significantly.
Yeah, that's always the thing in our minds, is that we're finally here in LAN, and let's see how well put together these teams go at the face of adversity. And now, speaking of adversity, before we actually hop into the matchup, I just want to say that Skade and Almighty that game, Skade won that hardpoint matchup, but let's take our attention to our match here, Search and Destroy, where Tribe has the upper hand. One more round for them, and they win this, bringing them into a 2-0.
Yep, score is 6-3 right now, but Q9 getting aggressive on the defense right here. You got 3 Tribe players trapped on the inside of bathrooms. I don't see any way they pull this off. Obviously, Jez finds a big kill right there, but Tang gets pushed up. It's still a 1v2, but Vague trying to do the impossible right here. Uling's the only one left to counter, and he's just not in a position to trade at all. He's all the way over in the inside of trailer. He's gonna back up and play A. Vague reads it properly, and he's gonna make his way all the way over to the B site. So now an opportunity for him, maybe to get the bomb down. I don't think Uling's gonna have time to make that read, and oh my gosh, a cheeky plant spot out of Vague right here to be unspottable. He's gonna go ahead and reposition right here and see if Uling has the IQ to make the read.
I love that plant. It's such an open plant, and now he's going to be so far away. He knows that Oling's going to be a little bit more of a long and passive player, but Oling gets that information. 1v1 as Vague spots him, but then Oling spots him as well with a deagle. Oling gets that 1 kill, has enough time to go in there for the defuse as well. That was a valiant effort coming in from Babe. I understood what he was trying to do, right? Because you wouldn't expect the player to be so far away, wrapping around all the way through mid, but I feel like it was the gun. He was trying to go in for the shots. Didn't quite close it out.
Updated score is now 6-4. As Vague's not gonna be able to clutch up. Maybe a little bit overconfident right there. He was just stomping around the map, and Uling makes him pay. The Deagle basically a little mini SKS, so they're gonna be able to capitalize. Jez finds the opener onto Dam. Vantage goes to Tribe Gaming once again. They only need 1 round to close this one out. And it looks like the aggressive A push is going to be the move for them once again. Uling on the inside of American. Not going to be able to get any information. Tank gonna find 1, find 2. Can he find the third? Yes, he can! And all of a sudden, Q9 in the driver's seat. The bomb has been taken down. Jez on the backside is not going to be able to connect. Tectonic trying to find a kill right here, but it is the lone man, and Uling finds the kill. Just like that, we move into 6-5 territory, and we might have overtime on our hands.
Oh my goodness. Dropping the spaghetti. Please don't do that. Now we're trying to go in there for a question. Q9, having that restart. I feel like that restarted their minds just a tiny bit. They had such an amazing run here so far. But then obviously, Tribe still has the advantage. And now again, very aggressive going in their Tribe, but then gonna be going down 1 by 1 as a 3v3 situation ensues. Number 1 coming in from Q9, that's gonna be Dam going in there for 1 player. Really good with the flank.
Dam doesn't know how to go anywhere but forward. He is just non-stop running ahead every opportunity that he has. He's gonna back up. He knows there's a couple players, but he hits the beam anyway. Marshy gonna be there for the trade, but Island knows his location right here. A 2v2 as the Tribe players can be backed up into their spawn once again, and the bomb is down. That is a must retrieve. Looks like Tech's going to be in a position to pick that up. So now the decision, do you want to make the rat back toward B or just kind of sit here and try to bait an aggressive push? But Tech's going to get spotted. I thought he saw Uling, but apparently not. It's now down to a 1v2 for Marshy. We'll see if he can do Marshy things it's not meant to be, and just like that, we're heading to OT.
3 straight rounds coming in from Q9, and that really reset their minds. That's going to be really impressive for them, and now as Tribe kind of struggles to go in there for the attack. Let's see for Q9 being aggressive. That's what they're good at, and now it seems like they're finally getting their footing. And now, speaking of aggression, going there very aggressively. That's going to be Tribe Gaming, but then stops the push. Trade after trade. Tech gets one, but damn, getting that beautiful double. It's going to be a 4v3 situation where the bomb carrier is going to be right in mid.
It's just a battle of the wall bangs. Who can land the most shots through the wall? It's going to be Q9 coming out on top in that one. The man advantage going to force Tribe back once again, and we see them taking the passive approach. Couple players looks like making the read over toward B. And we see both Tang and Island making their way through. Oh, the whole team. They're looking to hit the flank right here. We'll see whether or not Tribe's going to read it. Bolu seems to have an inkling, but they've got a head glitch to work with, and Bolu gets torn to pieces. Vague's going to push up. I don't think he realizes Island's pushed up into this treehouse. And they're forced back once again, but we got a player on the pinch once again. Vague trying to get out of it. It looks like he's going to be able to make his way into trailer, but they got to make a move right now. They have been scrambling for the last 45 seconds.
Well, it's a good thing for them. Time is on their side. 50 seconds on the clock. That is a lot of time to play with, but what a beautiful counter coming from Q9. Amazing read, knowing very well that Tribe is going to be in for that Bravo rotation. And now for them, numbers advantage. But if you're going to be left with the two players, Tectonic and Vague, that is the two people you can definitely rely on. And now 1v1 is going to ensue here in mid. That's going to be one player. Tectonic wins those. 2v1 though, as Tan finishes through. And may I remind you, it is going to be OT 6-6, but now going to be a 7-6, where Tribe had the upper hand the entire time. And it looks like Q9, they're so close, one round away from shutting down Tribe from this S&D.
Just the look that Uling gave the camera, you can tell there is ice in his veins right now. Trying to pull off the comeback over Tribe Gaming to equalize the series, and that's 4 rounds in a row. Q9 making the right reads everywhere they go, and what do you know, it's D-Chen with the first blood onto Vague once again. Tribe scrambling, they're just trying to find some information somewhere, have not been able to get a read on this Q9 team ever since the reset, and right now, they're going to make the wrap back toward A, but there's not really been much sniper presence. No snipers in play for them. And you got to think that allows for Q9 to take a huge amount of map control, because you can dominate those long lanes as much as you want to.
3-1-2 split, 2 players from Q9 at both bomb sites and 1 through mid. And that's been an absolutely key place where Q9 keeps shutting people down. And now for Tectonic goes in for the pre-fire off the smoke. Doesn't quite get any information whatsoever. Oling's gonna be right there, especially with the snipe. They're taking their sweet time because obviously number is not in their advantage. And as Oling tries to go in there, that is the information that they need. Tectonic's gonna be in a bit of trouble. Tang gets 1, 2v2, no, 2v4 rather, as the bomb goes down. It's gonna be troublesome for Bo to go in there, especially with 1 down. And there you go, Q9 tries to go in there for the comeback, and Tribe drops the spaghetti and loses this search and destroy, where they could have had a comfortable win. All they needed was a reset.
I mean, that tactical usage was unreal, perfectly calculated by every player on Q9. Seemed to know every angle where a Tribe player was going to be, and that's how you bounce back. You look very, very slow off the start of the S&D, but once they flipped on over to the defensive side, Tribe did not have an answer.
Well, that is definitely one for the books. I mean, a pretty unorthodox way to end the search and destroy, but again, it just took a reset for Q9 to just, you know what, let's breathe a little bit, and that kind of went in their favor. And now for Tribe, what are you gonna do in this control? This is a swing round that we keep on saying that they need to go and perform. A 1-1 is the scoreline for today in this matchup in our alpha stream. And if you guys are at home, we're going in for different streams as well. If you're taking a look at our quad feed, we have 4 different streams right for you. So if this one ends, you can definitely go and hop onto a next matchup.
Yeah, right now, Skating Almighty going at it. They had a reset, and it is currently tied up. So those guys very, very busy right now, but heading into our swing mode, the control, kind of a big question mark in this matchup. Obviously, we didn't expect that to be a super strong mode for the Chinese teams because it wasn't a primary mode that they played throughout the entirety of China Masters, but they definitely showed up in CDFI. They won against some pretty strong teams in control. And I think they've definitely got what it takes. You got to think the momentum carrying with them as well. The one big thing going to be that slaying ability that we've seen in the respawns for Tribe. Hacienda control, though, not one that I would imagine either of these teams has spent a ton of time on and really could result in a toss-up. Sometimes we give the advantage to the defensive side, but I've seen a lot of scenarios where offense is actually even better on Hacienda.
Yep, absolutely. You're 100% right. It just, when you're trying to go end a matchup, it's just way easier in the defense, but it depends on the map. When you have a huge map like Hacienda being played in control, a lot of these teams actually try to not play Hasi here because of how huge it is, and it's so hard to be on that objective. But hey, this is a map that could favor Q9 because of how well they can do all the sniper fights. And now for Tribe, having that loss in search and destroy, hopefully their hopes aren't too down and just forget about that, have a memory of a goldfish and move on into winning that control.
Yeah, and Tribe has looked very strong in control throughout all of Stage 4, all of the smaller tournaments that they've played in as well. They've had no issues, so they absolutely have an opportunity to get this control win. I think if they get the win, the odds of Q9 taking another hard point is just very, very low. But we've also seen their ability to flip a switch and all of a sudden dominate a map. So I think all of it is going to come down to confidence for them. They didn't look super confident through those first few rounds, but once they got on a hot streak, there was no stopping them.
Alrighty. Well, as we try to move on into control, well, it just seems like we're gonna have a little bit of a replay situation here where we're finding Tribe and Q9 still vying for that S&D match. Well, 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 that is going to be one little pickle that we have over here, and looks like the Battle of the Giants is not over yet when it comes to firing range. We keep seeing firing range all across the board for today. 6 and 6 is still going to be our scoreboard, so we're not gonna remember that game a while ago from Q9 and Tribe. We're gonna erase that from our memories and do another restart here. Whew, Bobby, I feel like we cast or cursed this our situation. We were like, hey, this game looking like it's gonna be really fast, but nope, this is the second restart that we have here.
Yeah, obviously the difference being pretty big is that whenever you're playing regular search and destroy, no OT, one side has 6 straight rounds on the offense and the other side then moves to offense, has 6 straight rounds. It's supposed to be varying back and forth, and obviously with how strong both of these teams looked on the defensive side, it makes sense that you would want to have that switching back and forth. So we'll see what happens, but it looks like Almighty and Skade still going at it right now, so I'm excited to see the outcome of that one, but oh, maybe it's already over. I don't know.
Well, taking a look at what we had over there. No, actually, you know what? It's going to be Almighty getting that win up against Skade, where, if you guys didn't know, we also had a rematch for these two teams, and now Almighty actually got the upper hand in that first matchup. But as we wait for our S&D Q9 versus Tribe Gaming, let's take a look at what we've had in the scoreline so far here. So if you missed out when we had Group A versus Group B, that was going to be a really interesting look into how we're going to start off the day, where Godlike Esports went up against NYSL Mayhem, where an unexpected 3-0 actually happened. And now for Inco Stalwart versus Team Vitality, another 3-0. Now this one's a little bit more expected, don't you think?
Yeah, we expected that group was going to be pretty straightforward. It ended up being exactly that. Obviously, Struck caught us off guard in that map #1, but it takes 3 games to win a series. So we'll see if they can bounce back. I think that lower bracket matchup is actually going to be a very, very entertaining one, because not only is it an elimination matchup, but I think the two teams are very well matched as well.
Oh, most definitely. And it was just like a matter of who was going to win that Omega fight versus a team, like one more really big team actually that I was really surprised is Stamina, that it was a 3-0. I was kind of expecting that to be in the distance, but again, let's take a look at what we have over here. Here are the brackets that we have for today in the round #2. Group C versus Group D, and this is Group C, where Scar's having that 1 win, Influence Kimmy having that 1 as well. And now for Tribe Gaming and Q9, obviously that's going to be a 1-round win coming in from Tribe in that hardpoint matchup. And Q9, that's what we're trying to look now. If Q9 can secure this S&D again, or can Tribe Gaming go from under them and pull the rug?
Yep, it's definitely going to be a spicy overtime, because I feel like both of these teams are like, oh, we should have had it, we should have had it. And this will be the ultimate deciding factor because there's no momentum and it all comes down to the search and destroy. Looks like Scars and Influence Kemen going back at it as well. That is the other matchup that we'll see here in Group C, and seeming to be pretty unpredictable as Influence Kemen completely dominating the S&D. Scars looking pretty strong in the hard point, and it looks like we are going to be replaying that S&D as well, so potentially a different outcome.
Woohoo! Here we go. Restarts all across the board, but hey, another chance of winning this again. So let's take a look at that. Mike gets 2. That's going to be really big for them. 1v2 situation. And now for Influence Kemen, you have one more person left. That's going to be key. Going all the way around. Looking like he doesn't know that there's going to be 2 players waiting for him in that Bravo site. Oh, that's going to be really interesting. And if you are curious as to what you're watching, this is the Charlie stream right now. And as we're waiting for our Alpha stream, and there you go! We get to see one more win. Okay, hey, if you're confused, don't worry. We're going to be catching you and filling you in later on as Scars gets that 1 win. But hey, we're finally going into our matchup. S&D Q9 versus Tribe. Hey! How you doing so far, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm so confused, but I'm so excited for the matchups that we have ahead of us. We are going to be hopping into the overtime for Tribe versus Q9. This is the ultimate test because you're back and forth. There's no real type of advantage on that one side as you're constantly flipping. So we'll see if the momentum carries for Q9 or if Tribe truly was the stronger S&D team in the first place, if they can come out on top.
6-6 is going to be our scoreline, and we're going to be going into game just right now. And it's target to 2 because we did go into overtime, and now as Q9 is going to be picking up the bomb right now. Engagement being 1, Tan gets that first opening kill.
Yep, right now it's going to be big for Vague to find the trade right there, and not really much defense over here on the B site, so should be free if they can take down Vague there as well. They do exactly that. And with Island way pushed up on the outside of 10 right now, he's going to be difficult to deal with. Jez is going to have to make a read right here. The bomb goes down and Jez can't do that. Now down to Bolu and Tectonic. Long-time teammates. Tech's going to find the first one, but the rest of Q9 content to play on the inside of that B site, and gonna be tough for Tech to sniff out everybody remaining. Bolu gonna make the play toward tires. Nobody gonna peek that. Likely a sniper in hand for him, and the longer the clock goes, the more pressure mounting for Tribe Gaming. Tech's gonna try to find that first, but the CBR just not gonna have the range. Bolu gonna drop there as well. Tech doing everything that he can. But who else but Uling there with the Deagle. And right now, an opportunity for Q9 to close it out.
Advantage to Q9 and up for Tribe. They tried to slow things down and try to make a pick, but unfortunately for them, the number is too much coming in from Q9, and now we get to see it. Exchanging, Tribe getting that bomb, being on the attack, being a little bit slow, trying to go in for the information first before going in for that bomb site in A. Bomb carrier gonna be Jez. No information whatsoever yet, but Vague gets that first opening pick. Not only that, Marshy as well. Back and forth coming in from Tribe, and looks like they're having an advantage here. A 5v3 situation so early on.
So interesting that in the entirety of this series, the defensive team has dominated the entire time, and now off the start of overtime, both offensive teams winning. Uling waiting back here, you get some information, a nade connects. Flashbang. The flashbang gonna go over as well. Not sure if he was able to, but Marshy able to take down Tang. Trades left and right, Uling, sniper in hand, the bomb is down. Trophy's gonna disappear, but he's still got 3 Tribe Gaming players to deal with. Looked like he had the shot lined up, but just didn't take it, and we've got some more free COD Mobile for you.
Yeah, that was actually a really good play coming in from Q9, waiting for that particular stun to go and pop, but then unfortunately the timing was just not it. Tang went in there before it actually went in for the pop, and now we get to see a 1-1. Race to 3 is the scoreline. Again, OT ensuing. This is the longest search and destroy game that we've actually had so far in this day. And now it looks like they're trying to go in very passively yet again, as Damn goes in there for the wall bang. As they really quite get any information.
Tribe's gonna make the read right here. It is not gonna be easy at all to make your way into this B site, and I mean, right now with the head glitches you got to go through, you got to wonder, is it worth it for Q9 to make this push? Obviously, trying to hit the bank shot, but there's trophy there. Wasn't going to connect anyways. And the longer you wait, the more opportunity you give Tribe to put on a pinch right here. It looks like they're content to sit back and play things passive. You got Bolu still holding down that A site for as long as he can. And potentially a big gunfight over there, as it looks like Q9 going to go ahead and make the wrap back. If Bolu can find the snipe right here, could be huge, and he does just that. Island's going to drop. And now on the offensive side, Q9 not looking quite as confident.
Q9 took too long to go in there for the rotate. Player number 1 coming in from Tribe. That's going to be Jez going there for the back end, the backstab. Going to be met by 2 players. Oling turns around, gets him down as Bolu tries to go in for another pick. Doesn't really quite get any. And now they're going to be on even playing field right now, with Bolu still having a really good sightline going in for the defense for Alpha. And now the bomb is going to be ticking down to 30 seconds. We need to see some movement coming in from Tribe. And speaking of movement, Bolu gets 1. Essentially, can finally get that second. He's still alive.
Ooh, Tang with the hop up right there, able to take down Bolu. And now 2 Q9 players left to deal with Tectonic. 15 seconds doesn't look doable. All you got to do is play your life right here. Tang's going to go ahead and back up. And that should be another round going through for Q9. Back and forth, keep in mind, COD Mobile S&D rules, you can go to 20 rounds of overtime. So we may have a lot of gameplay ahead of us.
I mean, if it was the 2 teams that we thought that was going to go to overtime, it was going to be this one right here. But honestly, I thought Q9 might have had an advantage a little bit, but looks like they're struggling just a tiny bit going up against the team like Tribe. And now we're going in there again. We're switching it up where Tribe has a hold of the bomb. And now the story of the game is, if you have the bomb, you're going to be having an easier time on the attack. Kind of like a situation that we saw a while ago, which was the opposite. Defending side was actually easier. And now let's see, very passive from both these teams.
And once again, Q9 throwing that look where they have no information over on A outside of Tang overlooking the bomb site from the inside of American. Not taking any risks. You don't want any stray nades catching you off guard for a first blood. And right now, Tribe playing the waiting game, starting to look a little bit more confident. Marshy, is he stuck? Oh no. Oh no, that's not good. Marshy trying to get out of that spot right now, and that makes the push a little bit more difficult. He finds himself free from the wood in the top side, and now the push going through for Tribe, but you gotta think him getting stuck might force them to second guess themselves a little bit, and now the counter!
Oh my god!
Q9 tears them apart. Tectonic trying to do something to stop the push, but D-Chen gonna be able to push on through, and it looks like the defuse going through for Q9. Nobody there to cover the bomb, and they finally take the win in Search and Destroy.
Q9 woke up in those last few rounds, and yes, we had like restarts, multiple restarts, but even in the second restart that we had, they were still killing it. And now they just proved how well they can defend and also really just handle themselves under pressure, even though they were down so much all throughout this S&D. I was honestly very convinced that we were going to take it to around 20, Bobby.
Oh yeah, I had that feeling as well. A little bit glad that it didn't happen, because we're still only 2 games into this matchup, and we still got a lot more COD Mobile to play today. We're not even to the second round of things here in the group stages, so it's a lot more COD Mobile to cover, and it does look like some of that.
We lost the lead.
Come on.
Tested. Hardpoint hostile hunter-killer drone. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. We've taken the lead. Friendly Predator missile inbound. Hardpoint locked down. Be advised, hostile hunter-killer drone inbound. Capture the objective.
Oh, don't lose the point.
Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost.
Hang up.
hunter killer drone deployed. Hardpoint locked down.
No problem. Ship.
Watch out, flash!
Phone doctor. I'm taken.
Tango down. Flash out!
Capture the objective.
Just capture.
We've taken the lead.
Enemy!
On gira rahu.
Tango down!
On yet
Hunter killer drone deployed.
nice one.
Enemy down!
Hardpoint is ours. We lost the lead. Capture the objective. Hostile hunter killer drone inbound. Taking the lead. Friendly hunter killer drone deployed.
Enemy down!
Hardpoint locked down.
Phone capture.
Hardpoint contested. We lost the lead. Be advised. Hostile predator is inbound. Capture the objective. Predator missile inbound. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. We lost the lead. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hunter killer drone deployed. Hunter killer has been destroyed. Friendly hunter killer drone deployed. Hostiles have the hard point. Capture the objective. Hunter killer drone hard point contested. Hostiles have captured the hard point. Draw. Stand down.
not been sniping for all that long, but he has had a huge impact for Almighty since he started.
Now he looks so comfortable when it comes to that sniper. The right tech definitely his best friend right now, and it looks like 4 players of Almighty is actually very proficient when it comes to the snipes. But it looks like it doesn't really matter as Skate still has that upper hand. SKS seeming like it's still very much strong when it comes to those engagements as Papzera gets one. And now Leosin tries to go in for the kills as Heaven's going to be really low on that HP. 1v1 situation. Now they're going to be playing Ring Around the Rosie as Heaven doesn't really quite spot that one last player, Papzera. The defuse is going to happen, but then Papzera hears it. That is enough time for him to go in, cancel that defuse. Beautiful presence of mind coming from Pap.
That's a huge clutch for him right there. We are actually going to head on back to our main matchup, Tribe versus Q9, getting ready to hop into the control. Right now, the momentum kind of slipping away from Tribe, but we know they've got the gunny, especially whenever it comes to the respawns, and you got to think that's going to play a big factor in this map number 3. We talked previously, domination is that third game mode in China Masters, so this is not one that the Q9 roster is going to be nearly as familiar with, but the fact that it's Hacienda control kind of equalizes a little bit.
Yeah, that is the mode that is kind of a big question mark, because if we're going in through Slum Search and Destroy, if it does reach map number 5, I feel like Q9 has a little bit of an upper hand, but obviously when it comes to the hard point, it was no question whatsoever the Tribe just absolutely sent them home. And now it's going to be in standoff though, which is going to be a very interesting map to play on. But we do have a guaranteed game number 4 as Q9 just very closely won that S&D in firing range. And now we're finally going in through Hacienda where it's going to be really close because, again, control matchup, we're not quite sure. I feel like Tribe has a little bit of an upper hand, but the fact that the map is going to be Hacienda, that brings it a little bit more of a mystery.
Well, you can see the Q9 team strategizing right now, getting ready to hop into the action. We've talked previously, especially for COD Mobile control defensive side, typically being stronger, especially with there not being any way to flip for round number 5. So we'll see who has that advantage off the start, but with the experience that we've seen from Tribe when it comes to the respawns, you got to think, even if they are on the offensive side, which they are not, could go their way, and they're going to make their way up on the defensive side to start right here. Jez looking to take this top side control, and there is nobody here to counter for Q9, but they're going to be able to find 2 opening kills, and Tectonic, about as straight as they shoot, he's going to be able to take down 1. Bravo.
Now let's see what happens here as we can Q9 going to be in there for the offense. And now, like what we said here, is actually going to be really big because when you're on the attack here, it's a little bit easier compared to other maps. And now for Dam, gets that beautiful kill, 26 and 25, with B having almost 2 ticks of progress, finally going through. But the cleanup pushes through, coming in from Tribe.
Wow, a cheeky spot for Dam, but Marshy sniffs him out right there. 23 lives apiece. Very patient right now as Uling pulls out that SKS as well. Looks like nobody opting to use it yet for Tribe Gaming. They're able to win a couple of big gunfights. That's going to give them the man advantage. Tectonic does not check all of his corners, but Dam going to be able to, or actually D-Chen going to get traded out right there. And now Tribe starting to get a little bit of an edge. Looking like they're definitely comfortable over here on the defensive side. And right now, no map control for Q9. They have gotten pushed up a little bit on this opposite side, and maybe a chance for them to occupy some time here over on A.
Tang was in a very cheeky corner where he actually could have spawn trapped some players coming in from Tribe, and now the cleanup pushes through. Patience is definitely going to be rewarding them as A finally some progress, but 16 seconds left on the clock. That's definitely going to be very detrimental for them to go and capture. There you go, A and B, all good, but then the players of Tribe, they're going to be split up just for a little bit, and now for Oling gets that 1 essential kill, stopping that A push. Bravo still going to be contested just a tiny bit. No progress whatsoever in that Alpha flag, but just as I said, that Bravo and Alpha going to be taken down. 16 seconds. That's going to be really big for Jez to win a lot of these gunfights.
Every time Tribe finds that life advantage, it seems like the Q9 players are able to find a way to trade. Nobody wants to peek Jez around this corner. You got to pay attention to the objectives, though. 3 straight kills in for Tribe, and they only need 1 objective take in order to get the win right here. Dam going to be able to fire back. Marshy backing up right here, and you got to be very aware of the lives right now. 9-9, and especially this top side control could work to the advantage of Q9. Bolu's trying to sniff him out, and I think Dam's wishing he hadn't gotten himself into this spot. Players for Tribe everywhere, but he's still able to win the gunfight. And if you're Tribe, you've got to get him cleared out. They're not able to do it. Now a 2-life advantage. Another trade goes through. Q9, 7 lives, and it looks like they're going to be able to get this final tick of progression. They do just that. They take the offensive round to start.
Dam single-handedly captured that Bravo flag, giving the advantage to Q9. He was so good when it comes to the movement, knowing very well when to engage. And unfortunately for Tribe, there you go. First big opener for Q9. And now we're going to be switching things up when they're going on the defense. Let's see how well Tribe fares on the attack.
Yep. Definitely puts a lot of pressure on them, with most teams feeling more comfortable on the defensive side. You give up that early offensive round win, puts you in a tough spot. Uling's going to be able to take down Jez, and especially on a map like Hacienda, SKS is going to rain absolute terror onto everybody. And it seems like every angle that the Q9 players read, there's a Tribe player right around it, and they're ready to pick up the kills. Damn, maybe not optimal timing for pulling out that claw. He doesn't get a single bullet to land off of that one. Fortunately, his teammate Tang actually has a Pred and a Hunter Killer ready to go. Right now, Tribe with the 1-life advantage, putting the pressure onto Q9. And right now, they finally get somebody hopped on into A, and this is where we see the opportunity for Tribe to turn the tides.
Oh, that was a good stun coming in from the teammate of Oling. That's going to be really big for him. Get that vital information down. But in player number 2, he's going to be spawned off all the way. Spawn trap is going to ensue. 2 players coming in from Q9. Unfortunately for them, both are being shut down. That was a very close call, and Tribe gets away with it.
Q9 trying really hard to spawn trap right there, and that's, you gotta think, gonna leave them questioning where the players are. Damn nearly finds 3. He's finally gonna get traded out, but Q9 now with a life advantage once again. That main issue for Tribe Gaming, you gotta get on these objectives, and the kills continue to come through for Q9. The control play is absolutely there for them right now. We might have been second-guessing them a little bit off the start of this matchup, but their reads are on point right now. Tribe has no counters, shut down left and right. A dominant round for Q9, and now an opportunity for a surprising 3-0 in the control.
They're so good at the defense, so good at the offense, and now for Tribe, they were almost spawn trapped, but it just wasn't enough to try and break free from that. Looks like they need to find their footing here. And now for the offense, they do have a little bit of an advantage. They need to control 2F. It's just like they really need to, because the fact that they kind of lost that a while ago, especially with a player that Tang, that goes in there always at the very back, trying to go in there for that early spawn trap, that is going to be really essential. Now speaking of, we do have 3 players from Tribe going up against there.
The one thing you got to worry about if you're Tribe, Dam has snuck all the way through. And it doesn't seem like they know where he is, but Bolu's going to be able to sniff him out. That's going to be basically a full reset for the Q9 players. A couple trades do come through, and I think that is a full objective tick over on A. So that's put some pressure on. Uling seems that he just has spidey senses right now, knows where everybody's going to be. Marshy's going to make his way through right here. He doesn't get anything. Does get 1 kill off that Purifier, but you got to be able to find more value. And Dam makes the read. Claw comes out. He gets away with his life. Maybe a little bit too aggressive, though. He's going to get shut down, and that's a huge kill for Tribe.
That is going to be probably, if Q9 loses this round, that was the reason why. You had a really solid hold here in Bravo, and then overextends, and you could have had a really solid defense here, and now it seems like Tribe going in there for that defense, really good when it comes to the numbers. 22 and 16 is going to be the life count here. 1 tick of progress coming in from Q9. There's still a lot of work to do. 30 seconds left on the clock. There needs to be some sort of progress on any of these hills.
Big, you gotta finish your food right there. Kill that was waiting for him, but allows the teammate to get into position to trade. And Big on the bottom side, Overchell's there as well, and now top side reigns dominant for Island as his teammates gonna be able to make their way on in. Now the claws coming out once again is Q9. They don't want to play another round. We want to go ahead and end it right here if we can. 2 takes of progression over onto A, which is is typically the more difficult one to find. Fake gonna find a big kill to clear things off, and Tribe still has the lives advantage. All you really have to do right here is keep A clear, and there shouldn't be much of a chance for Q9 to clutch this one up. Vague makes the read, he finds the kill right there, still a 6 life advantage, and seeming like the ball is now in their court. Oh my gosh, 0 seconds! Okay, there it is.
Because we've seen that before, Bobby. We've had like more flashbacks when it comes to that. We've seen a very insane comeback happen. But there you go, signs of life from Tribe. Now it looks like they have finally found their footing. 30 and 30 life count. 125 on the clock, very early on. Let's see if Tribe can shut down one more win coming in from Q9.
Thing for Tribe is Q9 still got a defensive round on their hands, and that's definitely where they look more comfortable between the two. They're going to come out on top in those gunfights. On the top side, Island and Uling picking apart Tribe. And they're going to be set to completely reset, no type of progression. Down 2 lives right here. Vague's going to get shredded as well. And now Dam working on some streaks as he's got a hunter killer in his pocket. Couple big trades come through for Tribe, but the main issue, no real map control and no ticks of progression on either side.
Well, they're trying to go and set up for the retake, actually. That's really good because they know they're not going to be winning it if they go up in that spiral staircase. So they're going in through the sides. And so far, so good, especially here in Alpha. Player number 5 is going to be their only problem. That's going to be Island, waiting for reinforcement. But Bola goes in there, goes in for the trade. That's going to be ticks of progress going in from Alpha. That's going to be really good. I'm really liking this play coming in from Tribe.
They're trying to go for the control reverse sweep. Tang has got to win that gunfight. He gets absolutely dumpstered. And now the progression coming in on both sites for Tribe Gaming. And there's no real counter for Q9. They haven't gotten any kills in the last 2 minutes, it feels like. And we finally find a couple for Dichen and Uling, but they've still got a lot to do in regards to protecting. It looks like they're basically just going to give up B for free. Jez with the pre-fire with the claw, going to be able to shut down another one. It was still a 7 life advantage for Tribe Gaming. Looks like a good chance for them to close this one out and push it to around 5.
Dam goes in there again for the spawn trap, gets a few lives, but not really anything to change the game up. Bolu spams that claw, doesn't really quite get anyone there, but knows very well that Island's going to be right up, but then obviously having the upper hand of the second floor, he does win it. Alpha almost going to be captured. 1 minute, a lot of time to play with, and now so many members coming in from Q9 funneling through, giving Tribe a hard time, but they're going to clean things up. But 1 tick of progress, that's going to be good. So 1 big push coming in from Tribe is going to be essential.
Marshy, big jump shot from the water side right there. A 9 life advantage should afford Tribe the opportunity to just play TDM right here. You don't really need to get that ticket progression, but if you want to apply some pressure, you absolutely can, because you only need that 1 tick. Q9's going to get rid of the progress, and Jez has managed to sneak all the way through. He's going to be able to find 2, find a 3rd. Can he make it 4 right here? Finally going to get shut down, but he's got full streaks, which is going to be massive. Heading into that final round, only 1 life right here for Q9. No real hope through the smoke. Vague connects, and now Tribe looking for the reverse sweep in the control.
2 rounds in a row, and now when we thought that Q9 had a very huge lead, similar story, don't you think, from S&D? Something that, you know, feel like Q9 just dropped the ball. And now for Tribe, they do have the advantage of being on that defense, but let's see what kind of response Q9 can give us on the attack.
That's one thing about Tribe. They're incredibly resilient and showing that right here. Tang gonna go ahead and back up, but doesn't play it slow enough. Jez gonna find 1. Gets the information with the hunter killer as well. That's 2 kills on the board. Q9 has not gotten a single kill here in round 5. Dam's finally gonna be able to open it up right there, but there's hunter killers up in the sky. They've got to make this push quick, and if they can maybe stack this B point, might be able to get themselves a little bit more time, but it is costing them a lot of lives in the process.
I feel like that B push could have been so good, but unfortunately for them, did not win the gunfight. So far, Uling actually gets 2 really big opening kills, just providing that first tick of progress in B. And that's going to be for 1 player for Island to go and take. And now for Jez, spots 1. That's a really big kill because that gives him the claw. The claw. That's going to be really big for him if he actually saves it later on.
Now Tribe looking to set up the spawn trap right here. Bolu gets pushed all the way up into garage. The Tribe player is going to go ahead and flood through, and they're trying to spawn trap from both sides if they can. Island trying to force his way through. Ulin going to find one, but they can't kill Bolu. He's working on streaks. D-Chen finally going to be able to find the shutdown, but the lives are the bigger issue at hand for Q9. Have not been able to win the bulk of the gunfights, and now an opportunity for Tribe to find 3 rounds in a row. We'll see if they can make it happen as another big gunfight goes down. Q9, they got to get that last tick of objective time over on B, but with a 12 life disadvantage, how much are you willing to afford to Tribe? Dam's gonna hop on, but the Purifier comes out for Marshy. Only 7 seconds remaining. Not a whole lot to work with if you're Q9. They hop on B. How long will it last?
22-2 with 2 seconds left on the clock. He's gonna have some kind of progress, but no, it is just not enough. As Tribe goes in there for 3 rounds in a row, secures 1 more round for them. A 2-1 as we get to see Hardpoint in our next matchup. Can I just say how Tribe played that so well in that last matchup for me? It was going to be Tectonic and Marshy having that crossfire in Bravo. That was such good defense.
Yeah, it felt like a confidence swing more than everything. We saw the Q9 players first couple rounds, they're pre-firing everything, they're snapping, they're turning. They seem to have everything on lock, and I don't know if it was a lapse in communication, whatever it is, but last 3 rounds, they get completely fried. And my, oh my, the rookie Jez. He was a North American MVP for Stage 4, and he's bringing that same level of talent and gameplay here in Stage 5 as he goes 36 and 15.
Big scores, really big scores. Bolu as well, 31 and 22. And on the other side, Dam, he has been absolutely great for his team too, trying to go in there for the spawn traps, but he is going to be the only one that tries to do that most of the time. And so it kind of slows down Tribe just a little bit, kind of gives them just a tiny bit of a delay going into the sides, but obviously it didn't work out too well at the very end because for Tribe, they flipped the switch. They changed up and they adapted very well when it comes to going in there, because there was one point actually in the matchup, I think it was their second win, where it was they couldn't fight mid. So they were like, okay, we can't fight mid. It was too strong. So they went into the outside lanes anyway and win a lot of those gunfights. And that is just really good plays right there.
That's the thing about Tribe. We saw it in Stage 4. You see them get down at big deficits, whether it's in a round, whether it's in a series. And they are just such a difficult team to close out because of the way that they bounce back. They make adjustments mid-series, mid-game, whatever it is. And they're just tough to kill. That's just the way that they play, and that's one of the reasons why they're one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, and speaking of another really good team, one of the best in the world, Q9, struggling in that control, struggling to close it out. And as we saw, it's very back and forth when it comes to search and destroy and control, but the only lopsided game that we actually saw was Hardpoint. And guess what's next? It's going to be Hardpoint standoff. Now, do or die for Q9. You do not want to be in that situation where you're at the lower round 1.
And standoff Hardpoint is Tribe's home.
Yeah.
That's where they want to be. That's where their SMGs are really going to be able to thrive, and they have a lot of SMG-oriented players. Obviously, you got Tech that's going to typically play in the long range, but everybody else has the opportunity to pull out the SMG and just fry on the inside of the Hardpoint. So they're going to be tough to shut down. If you're Q9, you gotta, I'm not necessarily gonna call it a choke, but you gotta put that last game out of your mind. Definitely should have been able to close it out. You gotta give yourself a chance at the search and destroy, because if you do, you know you're able to beat Tribe in search and destroy.
Weapon comp for me is going to be the biggest question mark for Q9, because a while ago, when it was Raid, it was a 4-man AR, 4-man Krig, and 1 CBR for Q9. And now for Tribe, obviously a little bit more, adjustable when it comes to their gun selection. So hopefully we get to see Q9 play it a little bit too much, because obviously it didn't work out for them. That was the most lopsided game in this particular matchup in the series. And so we need to see adaptability coming in from Q9, because so far struggles for that control matchup. And obviously signs of life rather coming in from that search and destroy, where they were able to pull it up. And now this is do or die. If not, Q9 goes into the lower round 1.
Yep, it's a tough spot to be. I think the other big question, we talked earlier about how it seemed like the two teams have agreed on a GA for the SKS, but then Q9 starts losing a little bit, and they're like, you know what, maybe we'll use the SKS. Could potentially be something that we see come out, and actually, for the first time, at least from the games we've seen, the R9 coming into play for Dem. A double shot shotgun, and it definitely has lethal ability in smaller maps like Standoff and Summit, but Marshy!
Oh my
with
God!
the nade right there, he is flying across the map, and what a start for him.
I wish I saw where that nade was at. I was too busy looking at what was happening right in front of me, but oh my goodness, I want to see that in my highlights later on. Going on a force spree. Early points coming in from Tribe. Very solid hold a while ago, but now Q9 gets the 25 seconds. But two players coming in from Tribe. Now all four actually goes in there for the defense, but Tang and Island get essential kills, and they still get the scrap points.
Yeah, pretty even off the start, which is not really what it seemed like for that first hard point, so good signs for Q9. Tang frying off the start once again. He's been huge for them so far. And right now they're rotated pretty early over toward P2 as well, and that is the power of the R9 right there. Crazy, crazy range for a shotgun. And this is a solid early setup for Q9. Dam's going to be the biggest issue. If you're Tribe, you got to try to get to that opposite side and shut him down. Marshy just doing Marshy things, but he doesn't have a counter for the R9 on the inside of the hard point.
Oh my God.
Dam with the 4 Ps right there. He's going crazy with it, and he's got full streaks off the start.
If Tribe has Marshy, Q9 has Dam, and now it looks like he's playing his angles really well, knowing that it's going to be close range engagements are what he's going to be winning. But scrap points going in for the side of Tribe. Contestation not really quite pulling through, as the rotation really early coming in from Q9. Again, we've seen this already in their first hard point. They're not actually going in there for the contest. They're just giving away all the free points going to Tribe.
Yeah, they have definitely put a big emphasis on those early rotations. I will say this is a very early rotation. Early rotations are a good thing, but when you're giving up this much time for the enemy to just get free scrap time, you're not contesting at all, and you're also opening a door for them to be able to rotate early as well. You got to question, is it worth it? So Tang on the bottom side, trying to make something happen. He's able to break through. Shots coming, I believe, through the wall right there. He's going to be able to make the one-man break. D-Chen finds one on the bottom side as well. Tang and Dam, not two players that have, from what I've seen, been big highlight players for Q9 in the past, but they have absolutely come to play today as they're already combining for 20.
But Tribe is just so good when it comes to the retake. And that's why when you're Q9, it's just like, you already know that if you're going to do an early rotate, it's not going to work out for you. So now, Tribe, yet again.
30 seconds?
30 seconds! 23 on the clock right now, and still no contest whatsoever. No anchoring, no spawn control coming in from Q9. And now it looks like slowly but surely, Tribe is actually gaining that lead, that momentum that they need. Early rotate coming in from Q9 as two players going there for the defense.
I mean, it's one thing if you're getting like rock solid defenses and you're basically untouchable on the inside of the hard point, but Tribe is able to get the majority of their breaks within the first 10 to 20 seconds of each of these hard points, and the fact that Q9 is rotating so early is making it easier and easier for Tribe to do that. Obviously, Q9 still in this, absolutely. It's pretty much a tie game right here as Jez looking to get pushed out and take some control on this side of the map. He's frying with the switchblade in hand. And once again, 20 seconds
so
in,
good.
Tribe already finds the break. If you're Q9, you got to find a way to contest a little bit more.
Patience from Tribe. 3 players actually in boxes and just waiting for that one last player coming in from Hay. That is so good. That's the reason why that they always do so well in the break. Vague almost gets another one, but information does gather for them. And now final contest finally comes through from Q9 as well, but not enough as only one player is actually going to be there. They're funneling in there one by one. That is the biggest difference between these two teams, is that, taking a look at that, who's going in there for the early respawn as well, the early rotate rather into Grannies. That's going to be Q9. 109 and 86 is the scoreline.
Yeah, if you're Q9, I think early rotations are good. I think the timing that they've had on these rotations need to be adjusted a little bit. We'll see if they can make that adjustment. Tectonic. Oh, the straightest shooter in the West. He's going to be able to drop down. Maybe going to hit the reload first real quick and see what he can do from the top side, but once again, 12 seconds until you get that break for Tribe. And if that's happening, like, why rotate early? You know, there's no need to rotate early. They're going to give you, what, 20, 30 seconds of free scrap time? You will take that every single time. Q9 finally going to be able to break back in, but they definitely seems like they need to make some adjustments. And I guess to a certain degree, the rotation's paying off is they're getting outslayed pretty heavily and still at a tie game. Maybe if you're Tribe, think a little bit about not fighting as much for that scrap time and capitalizing more on the gun skill that you know you have.
Now, speaking of timing of the rotation, now this is a better time when it comes to Q9. As 126 and 113, the gap is a little bit closed as Q9 gets majority of the points in P1. 3 players from Tribe going into gas station, but then they are going to be losing it. Just one more player out there, tries to go in there for the kill, but unfortunately for him, Tang is going to be right there. Very slick guy. And now points, yet again, the timing is going to be really good for Q9 this round. Purifier is going to absolutely stop every single one, but then, where did that person come from? Just that one essential player is actually going to be Jez, taking down one essential operator.
Maybe not the best position to pull out that Purifier. Obviously, you want to take gunfights on the inside, but if you're going to peek, then don't pull out your operator. Tribe absolutely floods into the hard point right here. And now the big question once again, does Q9 rotate already? One of the players has that 25, 30 seconds that you're giving away for free. Trying to make a 4-man break up against Tribe Gaming, it's just not going to happen. So you want to get the map control. You want that early rotation, but at some point, I feel like you got to make a little bit of an adjustment because it's allowing Tribe to just barely stay in the lead for the entirety of the matchup.
Q9 is just trying to go in for the break one by one, and they spawn so far away from the next hard point. They spawn over the way in Pay. And now there's only, what, 3 players that's going to try to go and defend that, where the rest of Tribe's actually there for the break. Player number 5 and 3, that's going to be Marshy and Tectonic, patiently waiting for the rest of their teammates to go and break, and that absolutely pays off. Again, early rotation from Q9, but they always lose when it comes to the contest.
And this could be the nail in the coffin right here. Island, unfortunate timing on that spawn. That's a free kill for Jez, and if we don't see Q9...
see every single match possible. That's why we'll have...
This one could be sent to the lower bracket early on. Q9's trying to do, I'm just not sure about the timing of it.
That timing was really off. I feel like the only really good rotation they had was P2 in this particular restart. But again, Tribe is just too strong when it comes to the retake. As 4-man push coming in from that back end from Blue. And now we get to see, Warehouse rather, where they're still waiting very patiently for the rest of their teammates to go and gather up, as player number 2 from Q9 is going to be outside in Statue, loses that gunfight. But finally, a solid hold coming in from Q9. That's going to be really big for them. Again, another big push coming in from Tribe. Going in there, 3 and 2 split is going to ensue.
And the big question for Q9, can you actually get an early rotation to stick? The answer has been no every single time.
Oh my god.
And even though it's not quite as early as it was previously, still 30 seconds in, Tribe Gaming able to find the break. Oh, big Purifier for D-Gen though. This is an opportunity for close to a full 60. I think probably that minimum 50 points for Q9 if they can get it to stick right here. Tribe just so clean on the gunny. It has been a back and forth hard point right here. Nobody able to tell. And that's the thing, Q9, you've got the gun skill to break back in. You're just not really trusting your ability to do it. They don't rotate early off of this one, but they're in control of the hard point, and now they have an opportunity to close the gap even more.
Let's see if the change of pace of Q9 is going to help them out. Not rotating early enough and just finishing and getting the scrap points finally. And now getting the scrap points is going to be really big, as we already saw before in this second reset. They had majority of the points here in P1. Looks like they still have a very solid hold as well. 2v2 situation happening over here in Granny's. Really big gunfights being won. Tang going in there with the Purifier, not really getting a lot of these kills. Still, very heavily contested spot.
It is all Q9 in the feed right now, and that lead is getting smaller and smaller for Tribe. A big feed right there, and just as we get a 5 feed for Q9, all of a sudden there's a 5 feed for Tribe, and they're back in the driver's seat. The Purifier comes on out for Big. He's got 3 players he can shut down, but isn't able to get either of them. Fortunately for him, Marshy is there, and they're going to be able to get it all the way down to if I had to guess, 243 heading into the next one, and now I think for the first time all game, it's Tribe with the early rotation. They've got the setup right here and should be able to close this one out, assuming they play it correctly.
Yeah, they gave it up because they know they can finish things here in P2, and they're doing such an amazing job at clearing out every single one of the players from Q9 over here in gas station. There is just no way that they can go in here. 250 is the scoreline, and finally, after a grueling 4 rounds, we get to see a Tribe finally comes out on top as Q9 bumps down into lower round 1.
Woo! That was a tight one. That's one that I feel like could be a preview of our grand finals. Both of those teams incredibly talented. For Q9, very, very winnable control, very close second hard point as well. And over on the Tribe side, the S&D was close too. So I don't feel like coming out of this, either of these teams can feel bad about their performance, but obviously Tribe asserting their dominance early on. That's a great sign for Tribe fans around the world.
Wow, what an amazing matchup that we have, and we're not done yet when it comes to the other teams that are performing here. If you guys are at home, you can definitely check out our Bravo, Charlie, and Delta streams. As you can see over here, our Bravo stream going to be Almighty versus Skade, where surprise, surprise, Skade is going to have that upper hand. And that's going to be really exciting once we see what is going to be that scoreline. But it looks like we had such an amazing round number 1 here in our Alpha stream, where number 1, hardpoint looks like Q9, they're having a little bit of difficulty, but honestly, they improved so much here in standoff.
Yeah, I think a couple of tweaks in the way that they played that. I think the early rotations they had were great, but if you look maybe like 10 seconds different of contest time rather than just giving it to Tribe for free in that hardpoint, could be a completely different story, especially given how close they were able to keep it in spite of some of those mistakes. So I'm excited to see how they fare up against some of the other regions. I don't think this is going to be the end of the road for Tribe, but or for Q9, but I think they're going to have a tough matchup in the lower bracket as well.
Yeah, it's a question of who they're going to be going up against. That is the biggest question of all, as we're waiting for a lot of these teams to finish their matchup. So again, we're going into hardpoint because that was the biggest.
Hardpoint contested.
Watch out!
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Take the lead. Predator missile inbound. Friendly Predator missile inbound.
Enemy down.
Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed. Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. We lost the lead. Hardpoint is ours.
Tango down.
Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hunter-killer drone deployed. Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours. Predator missile inbound. Hostiles have the hardpoint. We've taken the lead. Hardpoint locked down. Be advised, hostile hunter-killer drone inbound. Lost the lead. Capture the objective. Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed. Hunter-killer has been destroyed. Friendly predator missile inbound. Hardpoint is ours. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. We lost the lead. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have the hardpoint. We've taken the lead. Predator missile inbound. Hunter-killer drone deployed. Hardpoint is ours. Capture the objective. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint locked down.
Tango down.
Hardpoint is ours. Lost the lead. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Enemy down.
Hardpoint locked down.
Smoke. Tango down.
Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed. Capture the objective. We've taken the lead. Friendly predator missile.
Smoke.
Be advised, hostile predator missile inbound. Hardpoint is ours. Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed.
Smoke out.
Destroy and Tribe. They could have just closed it out, but no. Same case over here for Q9, where they were just so predictable, and Tribe did so well at trying to be more adaptable to the play style of Q9, just not going in there for that mid push, knowing very well they're gonna lose it every single time, and so they went to the outside lanes and just free B and Alpha going in there.
And that's the thing about always being an aggressive team. Like, yes, it can definitely work to your advantage, but in some situations it also makes you predictable because the opposing team knows that you're always going to be aggressive. So I think reevaluating in some of those situations could work to the advantage of the Q9. I'm excited to see how they match up against some of the other teams in the future of our tournament.
Yes, we have so much to say, but we do know three people that have a lot to say. Vigon, Shift, and Proper, take it away.
Well, thank you very much. Y'all did a great job for groups C and D. A lot of stuff to cover here as we hop back on into that Tribe Q9 match. There was a lot of things that happened there. Vague had a lot to say about it too, but like just he slid it in there. He was like, you know, we were a gun skill team, but our utility usages. Am I allowed to curse on the interview? I was like, don't curse on the interview, but we'll get to that if you want to. So things to optimize there for Tribe, but they still get the victory over Q9.
And I love that Vega's getting us a little headpiece of like what they're thinking through, because this is just one step. Yes, it's a major matchup when it comes down to you have a tough opponent in front of you.
Right.
But this is just winners round one. It's a long tournament. So you do need to be kind of picking apart the things that are technically not going perfect, because you're going to need to win here this weekend.
Yeah, and that's definitely something that we want to do with Q9 as well, as their S&D was something that was worth it, right?
I would say that, you know, we expected their surge to be great, and there were some really great moments defensively. Obviously, they won that huge tear, and
That's right.
That's how they get back into it after the reset.
Yeah, I mean, for Q9 as a whole, as we're watching through some of these replays, you'll see something as a swift decision ends up coming through. Is they didn't want to meet the pace anymore versus Tribe. Defensively, they actually recognized just to give up so much space just outside of Tim and just play for the 5v5 retake, and hey, it worked.
It's great awareness a number of different times, because it's the same setup once again for Tribe. Get on, get the quick plant, but look how Q9 are stacked. They're taking away the mid lane. They have the ability to get players in towards trailer, and then the retake is so darn swift. That's something that Tribe never faced at all during stage 4, and 100% was a catalyst for why Q9 was able to take the surge.
Yeah, and again, showing the power of Q9 and why they're one of the most successful teams in the world, and why they win most of the time on S&D. But they are not without their flaws, and we've got a couple of clips here to show that prove it in map number 3.
Yeah, map number 3 was a little bit of a head start here. This is the bad and somewhat of the ugly, right? You know, you do not adjust the screen at all. Yeah, that was.
Hardpoint lost.
Was a 2-0. Well, not only is it 2-10, but you have a safety blanket of another defensive round. They threw away 3 different operators, and I think the word we can use is that's a breakdown. Like, you cannot have those mistakes happen coming out of a major region that is looking to possibly win this tournament. That is a massive mistake, and that's 100% what cost them the map.
Yeah, and again, it feels weird because that doesn't feel like necessarily a difference of strategy. That just felt like a brain fart on stage. So
it's like desperation almost is what it felt like. Just sitting there thinking, there's like, okay, well, I have a grab cannon or I have a purifier. Maybe I can get a couple of kills with this, but you're still down horrendously. Like you're down by like 12 lives at that point. Yeah. There's no reason just to throw away resources when you have such a great lead.
Yeah, well, with that victory, Tribe is now top of the group. Q9 will drop to the limb bracket of the group stage and has to work their way through it. So we take a look at our group stages. Brought to you by Republic of Gamers. Group C completed already. Team Almighty and Skate still doing battle, and I think Skate's up 2-1 right now over Team Almighty, who's one of the top teams. Luminosity getting the victory over Nova Esports, and then it was Scars, the Japanese outfit, taking down Influence Kemen in a series here. Thoughts?
Hey, we asked the question at the top of this whole segment: was Scars going to come out and actually do something, or were they just, you know, the only sleeping giant in Japan? They looked good. I mean, we were watching them on the quad feed, and they were making some great plays. You even mentioned a couple of times, like, they're not getting the most kills, but they're getting the important ones. So their objective focus is really good, and it will provide a little bit of a threat, I think, for Tribe.
Yeah, in their map number 1 against Influence Kemen, Influence Kemen had 2 guys drop 49 and 41 kills, but everyone, like, Scars still won, right? They still were able to hold on to the hard point, get the points needed, all in the 30s in terms of kills, but they held the point. It was fascinating to watch.
It's one of those things, again, in Call of Duty, historically, that you'll see the same thing here across the entirety of Major 1, even with the CDL, is that you don't need to get all the kills all the time, but you need to find the right kills, and every single time that we were looking back up at Scars and Influence, they were always in the right place. They were winning those rotational battles, and they were making sure that they were locking down 40 points at a time. You could drop 50 kills, it doesn't matter if you're not generating time.
Yeah, shout outs to Chaotic for those, like, that 49 kill performance in the loss, but still a loss, and it showed as Scars moves on, and they are 1-0. They will take on Tribe in the winner's side of the bracket. That is very, very exciting stuff. All right, y'all. that is all the matches from Group A, B, C, and D that first round. But now we've got ourselves the elim brackets. It's the put up or shut up time for all the teams that dropped their first series. We're going to have that after we take a short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the COD Mobile 2022 World Championship.
Hey,
Destroy the objective. We got the bomb.
Frag. Flash out.
Lost the bomb.
Sniper eliminated.
Last one. Complete the mission. Bomb spotted. Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up. Enemy has dropped the bomb. Destroy the objective. Bomb acquired. The bomb has been planted. Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up. Bomb spotted. Enemy has dropped the bomb. Destroy the objective. We got the bomb.
Smoke out.
Bomb spotted.
Frag out.
Bomb acquired. Last man standing. Finish it. The bomb has been planted.
Oh.
Bomb defused. Nice work. Get ready for the next round. Defend the objective. They have the bomb.
Flash out. Watch. Flash. Smoke.
Bomb dropped. Enemy has dropped the bomb. We got the bomb. Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up. Defend the objective. The enemy has the bomb.
Because Almighty getting that bomb carry down, it really looks like they're better when it comes to being passive, and it looks like for Skate, they're so good at being aggressive. And speaking of aggressively pushing in through that alpha, going through Broken, but then they do pay the price. Irfan J gets that beautiful 2 as Shut Up goes in there for the backup as well. They push back though for Skate, and now that's going to be really big kills coming in from Irfan J.
The one thing is going for Skate, they've got a lot of players in a lot of different spots. Shut Up reads that perfectly. He's able to find the trade onto Lins, and now all down to Leo and Pabzera. We've seen some big clutches out of them so far. Looking to make the cross right here. Got players on each bomb site. Jeff just kind of waiting, letting his snipers do the majority of the work right now, and Pabzera not getting any angles to work with. Shut Up's going to be able to shut down Leo. And now a 1v4. We've seen the 1v3, 1v4, maybe not as feasible. Irfan J shuts it down. Now Almighty most certainly still in this one.
3K for Irfan J, that's going to be huge kills for his team and slowly closing the gap up against Skade. And now like what I said, that Skade really does well when it comes to the aggression. They actually pay for that in that particular round. And now we're going in for a full defense going in for Bravo, and a very aggressive push coming in from Almighty. It looks like they want to rush going into Bravo, but that's going to be 3 players that they have to worry about. And Leozetta gets 1, but then Almighty gets 2, gets 3, no, gets that 4K. And now all alone, that's going to be you. You have so much time, Leozin, but not the numbers to back yourself up.
The mom's going to go ahead and go down, so Leozin's going to find the opener onto Irfan J, make it a 2-piece. And if you're Almighty, you're thinking back to that 1v3, you don't want it to happen again. This one would be a 1v4. And you got to think with the bomb down, it just hold hands. You know he's got to make a push through. You know what side of the map he's on, but still very, very split up right now. One's going to get spotted out. And now an opportunity for the 1v4. Leo doesn't have the information on that last player on the inside of Garage. He's going to go ahead and peek around. But right now, Shut Up, all you got to do is play the bomb. You planted it perfectly. He gets the information, but no time to work with. Shut Up's going to go ahead and peek through, but the last shot does not connect in time. Nearly another miracle for Skade, but just like that, Almighty ties things up.
That was beautiful. The way that the bomb was planted was so good for Shut Up in that post-plant situation, and he had all the time in the world to just stop the push, play with time, play with his food, and there was really nothing that Leo can actually do to stop that. And again, that was really clutch for him as well, getting that 1 kill off of Heaven. But yeah, really great post-plant situation coming in from Almighty. Now we're even things up with a 4-4.
Some of these, I feel like some of these setups for Almighty are just a little bit questionable. They keep putting themselves in really difficult situations when they have big man advantages. It feels like the teamwork just not quite there for them right now, and they get a couple players picked off the start right here. And with Mihawk getting way pushed up in that mid-map area, there is no control, no information, no anything for Almighty right now, and just praying for one of their snipers to find a pick.
Now, speaking of one of their snipers, that's going to be Heaven with the monumental job to try to find someone there. But Shut Up yet again, one more sniper for them. Going to be going down for Skade. Still very doable for Almighty to go in there for the clutch as Heaven spots and knows very well that one person is there, but Jeffra goes in there for the kill. Leozera goes in there for the trade as well. Still doable 3v2 situation, but 50 seconds left on the clock. A lot of time to play with.
Ooh, and Heaven just not quite enough patience right there. I think he definitely could have found one person peeking over top of that head glitch, but now left guessing once again. Lin's right outside the door. May have been an audio cue for Heaven right here, but once again playing the waiting game, and that's not where you're going to want to counter up against an SMG. Reads it like a book. Lin's gonna drop right there. Mihawk's able to take down Jeff Pro in that same breath. And what do you know? Mihawk doing all the dirty work for the squad. Skade retakes the lead.
That was the first round we got to see in a while where everything slowed down. The last like 4 or 5 rounds have all been rushes and someone losing a ton of members and then a cleanup right afterwards. That one we finally got some breath and got to see the class by both squads.
So good. I mean, Mihawk is just really good at clutching up those situations, and now for them, they just need to stay put, because so far so good for them. And now very aggressive, going in for Almighty into that Bravo site. Very well that they can go and re-affect it. And now a very important gunfight being won right now into Arches. Mihawk yet again, he's the king of this place. He's been getting so many kills here, and Pubzera gets a triple kill. Skade, one more to go, and they will win this best of 5.
Our first Game 5 of the day has definitely not disappointed. And maybe didn't talk enough about Pabzera coming into this event. Obviously, I remember him making some big plays. But
remember? The man, the myth, the legend.
He's definitely not disappointed one bit, especially against a team that we expected to be top 3. But just like that, the bounce back for Almighty, making Skade pay. Kind of forcing them into that aggressive push. And now with the bomb going down, they're exactly where they want to be. You still got Pabzera alive, you still got Leo alive. Anything's possible, but Heaven shuts down Leo, and now all down to Pabzera. He's gonna hit the quick scope to open things up right here. But a 1v5, 1v3, yeah. 1v5, just throw away the phone.
You're pushing it right there. But hey, he definitely made at least one mark on the team, 1 dead, but 5 and 6. Whew, very close to an overtime, and Bobby, it looks like we have a caster curse of just extending all of the games that we actually cast right now. But hey, here we go. One more lifeline for Almighty to try and even things up, and Skade just needs to close this out for 1, but then Almighty getting 2, but then the trades from Skade is also gonna come through, but then a 1v3 situation. Hey, what are you gonna do, Shut Up?
Oof. Skade trying to shut things down before we get to OT right here. Leo's in, very comfortable on that bomb heady, and Shut Up gonna have to make a lot of consecutive reads right here to make things happen. You can see the cross look right here for Skade. Got all their angles covered, and Mihawk's gonna spot him. Hit markers! Oh, he shot him in the foot on accident right there, and that's likely gonna be the end of the round. These shots don't connect. Skade coming out on top, showing they 100% deserve to be on this stage, and what I would definitely consider to be our first upset of the day.
Oh my goodness, what a beautiful round coming in from Skade, and I could not believe my eyes when we were actually watching simultaneously from our screens today. But really valiant effort though coming in from Almighty, taking into a game number 5, but obviously just could not rely on that search and destroy, could not respond to that aggression.
Well, the Norwegian organization with the full Brazilian roster coming up with the first definitive upset, not only in a map, but in a whole series, and push down the #1 squad from Southeast Asia. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'm very glad we waited for all the matches to complete to watch that one finish on up, because it was an impressive, I guess, usage of grits and grinding that last map on out here, Bobby.
Yeah, there were so many difficult situations that could have very easily gone the way of Almighty, but just sticking with it, not giving up on those individual rounds when you got a 1v3, when you got a 2v4, executing to absolute perfection. Almighty didn't have a counter. I think the map pick probably playing a really big role right there as well. And Skade did everything they needed to.
I was about to say it was the map pick. There, Almighty just struggles because you know them as a very passive team when it comes to search and destroy. They like to take their time, but obviously Skade abused that, knowing very well that being aggressive, they can very well do that as well. But then hey, Pab and also Mihawk did so well when it comes to gaining a lot of the points. But hey, it's going to be a difficult matchup for all of these teams today as we finally...
Last man standing. Finish it.
Slow walking advantage. Backstep kills. Mama, good. Nice try.
Nice work. Get ready for the next round. Enemy has dropped the bomb. Destroy the objective. Bomb acquired. Got the bomb. The bomb has been planted.
Right over the picture there.
Target down.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up.
Okay.
Defend the objective. The enemy has the bomb. The bomb has been planted.
Enemy down.
It's all up to you now. Finish the mission.
Down.
Bomb defused. Nice work. Get ready for the next round.
Second one.
Defend the objective. They have the bomb.
Frag out.
Come on, Hotel. Come on, India. Random game.
Lost the bomb.
What do you say now? You murder.
Bomb spotted. You were the last one. Complete the mission.
Come on,
Nice work. Get ready for the next round.
we'll do this.
Defend the objective. The enemy has the bomb.
Target down.
Oh, dude.
position.
Headshot.
Nice work. Get ready for the next round.
Let's try.
Defend the objective. They have the bomb.
Frag out.
కిందకి పోతున్నావు కవాలాడు కదా లేదురా
Tango down.
బిడ్డ చచ్చుడు ఇచ్చేది
The bomb has been planted.
Eliminated. Tango down.
ఇంకా
Bomb defused. Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up. Defend the objectives. The enemy has the bomb.
Smoke out.
ఎందుకు డిస్కనెక్ట్ అవుతున్నారు We shouldn't miss those shots. Rank gameplay కావాలి भाई
Target down.
Last man standing. Finish it. Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up. Destroy the objective. Bomb acquired.
Grenade out.
Did I get shot at?
The bomb has been planted. Last one. Complete the mission. Nice work. Get ready for the next round. Defend the objective. They have the bomb.
Frag out. The bomb has been planted. Last man standing. Finish it. Sniper eliminated.
Nice work. Get ready for the next round. Defend the objective. The enemy has the bomb.
Grenade out. Headshot.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up. Defend the objective. They have the bomb. Frag.
Enemy down.
The bomb has been planted.
Destruction.
Enemy down.
For a second, I will be back for it. For a second, like the thing.
Tango down.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up. Enemy has dropped the bomb.
You took a point. Took a point.
Destroy the objective. We got the bomb.
Frag.
Congratulations, Rami.
Target down.
Okay.
Bomb dropped.
Oh, man.
Lost that round, but It's not over yet. Ready up. It's a draw. Stand down.
Second field is 7, again 5. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Anyways.
Situation, I don't think any of us expected to be getting this matchup. The thing about it is Almighty just sleeping through their alarms, or are they finally awake? Because it's like everyone's been talking about it. It's literally do or die time.
It really is. You know, we did do or don't, you know, first.
I could now say do or die.
But now we have made it to do or die. Absolutely. You know, the entirety of just the Eastern groups are just absolutely down horrendous. It's just something that we honestly didn't think that was going to be coming our way. But I mean, hey, you know, you played Skate very closely, ended up unfortunately ending out on that slums search and destroy. It just didn't go their way.
Yeah, and here's the thing, it's like this happened last year in the Western Finals. Skate upset a ton of teams in the groups, nearly made it into the playoff bracket. Maybe the same thing is going to be on hand for today. On the other side, though, okay, lots of expectations was built over towards this Team Almighty squad. Yeah, they're great. We have the results to back that all up. Not just inside the region, but as the desk had very, very vividly mentioned, also against China in the Fall Invitational. That's an incredible result, and yeah, outside of Tribe being a favorite, they came in as the Eastern favorite. But Nova, here's the question. They got smoked in the opening matchup versus Luminosity. So now it's really kind of this battle of who's here to play today?
Yeah, I think especially for Nova, you're coming into this entire matchup, right, that you had a very tight EU finals at that. And then you come in and get absolutely worked by LG. Again, it was not pretty. That 3-0 control on Raid was just very, very quickly done and dusted. So you better hope that it started and stopped with the pick, ban, and veto process, especially for both of these two teams. Great hard point for map 1, takeoff, search, and destroy, and summit control are our guaranteed 3 maps. And what's even more interesting as well is that Nova actually opting in to get rid of the Hacienda, where Almighty doesn't want to go to firing range.
Yeah, that's fair. And just kind of as far as Nova is concerned, the only map mode combo that's going to make its way back into the series is that map 4 Slums Hardpoint, where they got 250 to 69, bro. I mean, not even close. So I think if you're Nova, you have to be thinking, we got to get to map 4 up to 1, please, or just get out of this one 3-0, which, I mean, again, if you're a big avid follower of the COD Mobile scene, you don't necessarily expect that to happen versus Almighty, but if we've learned anything through our first set of group matches, is to expect the unexpected.
No, absolutely. And that's almost what is very unexpected is that the simple fact that Nova actually allowed that Slums to come all the way through. Clearly they know something more than what was already offered in their matchup versus Luminosity, and you know, again, it's just one of those things that we can then go back to and actually highlight that, yeah, maybe it was just a very slow start to the day. There was obviously a decent amount of time in between that match and now, but they're also going up against an Almighty roster that legitimately just got done playing against Skate. So it's, you really do have to show up and absolutely play your hearts out.
I think the biggest thing, though, kind of comparing these two squads and their opening results, Almighty, maybe it was decision making, because it didn't really seem like there was one player that was like, oh, he's just not here today. The team was playing fine. Yeah, Skate was just playing better. On the other front, though, you look at Nova, we had this same conversation stage 4 EU. What is Spy going to do? Because he's kind of like the new guy in, and we kind of had this comparison between Spy and Jez, you know, their first times playing in Europe and then North America respectively. But, you know, are we actually going to get the superstar that Nova expected to get from Spy?
Yeah, we need that playmaker to show up. If you are a fan of Nova as a whole and you want to see this EU team really go far, because I mean, you can't just always just rely on, you know, just one player to be able to make all those plays happen. I mean, I felt like it was almost a broken record continuously going through the entirety of that slum search and destroy, where, you know, you blink and then you're just down to just one more player left alive. It's just a lot of isolation that was coming through, and you know, for Nova as a whole, I think that that's something that you immediately need to rectify. And hey, maybe it could honestly be somebody like Inferno. You know, you go all the way back for Inferno's entire year, an entire tenure rather, in COD Mobile. Did have time on stamina, placed 3rd in 2021. It's kind of the veteran leadership that you almost need, especially in a LAN experience.
He was a standout player as well all through last year. I mean, he was definitely the guy to watch out for. So, I don't know. There's a lot of missing pieces, I think, to what we kind of see result-wise on both fronts, just in different ways. Yeah. You know, team-wise, I think Almighty is like, okay, you know, collectively, you even kind of saw a coach kind of going back and forth, like, hey, we got this, let's regain. You even heard the devs talking about it, like collective breaths, just let everything settle. Let's get into this one and just start our run right here. We're on the other side, you know, Nova, you're coming off of an absolute smoke show. So you have to be able to essentially try to put your finger on what went wrong. Were we just not ready to play, or is there something that we're just missing in our planning? It's kind of a, you know, a little more of a hogwash when it's, you know, where is the problem?
You have a lot of times watching hogs?
I don't watch many hogs.
Oh, okay, all right. I was just curious, but you know, regardless, though, I mean, not to go back and use the same point, but I mean, Nova's match was a decent amount of time ago. To go back over those 3 maps specifically, just scrubbing back at the YouTube feed, is very possible. Sure. And I do honestly stand by this. No matter the Call of Duty, no matter the year, you can learn a lot from getting absolutely taken down the way that Nova did. And when you go back and you take a look at the way that Luminosity was able to play throughout the entirety of those maps, that's what you want to be able to adapt and really implement into your own gameplay.
It's always so tough because it's like, would you rather be the team that just got 0-3 and you're just like, oh, well, okay, that was just not our match, reset? Or is it like a, what's going wrong? Right. But on the other side, like if you go this intense, close series in 5, you start to nitpick on everything. And it's just like, oh, well, we're doing this wrong. You start to overthink things. I don't know. We'll see. It's going to be one of those situations that it's all about regaining here throughout this entire slot, as it is elimination round 1. But we are just a minute away from being able to get into a game, and while we're waiting, we'll step away for a little 5-minute break. When we come back, elimination round 1 graces our screens. Don't go anywhere.
Godlike. అన్ని మితిక్లే కదా अपन godlike और लग गया टूर्नामेंट से बाहर। స్నైపర్ ఉండాల్సిన పొజిషన్లో ఎస్ఎంజీ ఉంటుంది. ఎస్ఎంజీ ఉన్న పొజిషన్లో స్నైపర్ ఉంటుంది. వేటాటలు జరుగుతున్నాయి. చేసినట్టే పొజిషన్ మంచినప్పుడు ఎందుకు వదిలిపెట్టిపోతున్నారు నాకు అర్థం కాదు. మీరు ఇంత ఓవర్ కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ ఎందుకు అయిపోతున్నారు? Come on, vitality. ఆడతలేరు. Sorry, choose Welcome to the stream. I'm fine. How are you?